Good morning, everyone. McAllister, Minister for Cities and Emergency Management, representing the Minister for Environment and Water. Minister, would you like to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Tony Grant, the Inspector General of Water Compliance. And I would like to take the opportunity to correct the record in relation to the committee's reports on annual reports, in which the committee stated that previous annual reports published by the Inspector General had not been tabled in the Parliament, despite it being a requirement under Section 215Y of the Water Act 2007. This was an administrative error. The requirement actually came into effect in December 2023, meaning that previous annual reports were actually not required to have been tabled in the Parliament. The committee apologises, Mr Grant, and thanks you for bringing this to our attention. We do have a shared aspiration of enhanced accountability, and that's a two-way street. The committee will include that correction in its next report as well. Mr Grant, would you like to make an opening statement?
I would, thank you, Senator, and apologies not necessary. We're all learning in this new space, so we understand these things happen, so thank you for that acknowledgement. Good morning, Senators, and once again it gives me great pleasure to be back in this place, providing evidence on our work and activities as a water regulator, oversight body and Commonwealth Integrity Agency. A lot has happened since I last appeared before you. My strategic plan has been in place for 2 years now, and it continues to guide my decisions and our activities, whether I'm ensuring it's lawful, making things visible, asking people to do something better, or feeding back my experiences of being out in the basin with communities to make the rules and system better. There is good work being done by many across the basin to ensure people act lawfully. I published another SDL compliance statement in July of this year. I now have a signed MOU with all state regulators, and from the 20th September this year, New South Wales have significantly increased their maximum penalties for serious water theft offences, which are up tenfold. I have published a self-assessment of the maturity of the Inspector General. The Australian Government published a review of the Inspector General for water compliance, which looked at my independence, functions, powers and regulatory maturity. In September, I released the findings of an audit that highlighted structural conflicts of interest and recommended improvement to the Commonwealth Department's management of sensitive water market information. My team and I continue to be visible and out and about, ensuring the Australian community can see and understand outcomes in basin water management, so they can better understand the role of the Independent Inspector General and be confident there is appropriate oversight of the integrity of basin water management. We continue to do this through our presence on the ground, engaging in meaningful face-to-face, two-way conversation with basin industry, water licence holders, communities and governments. This complements our presence at major events and field days, exposing people to a relatively new agency and, importantly, educating hundreds of thousands of people across the basin on what we do. Further supporting this, our expanding social and digital media footprint, we share our products that importantly communicate and educate about who we are, what we do and what people need to know regarding our work. Over the last 3 weeks, I've travelled across the northern part of the Murray-Darling Basin extensively. From Killarney, the head of the Condamine, Stanthorpe, Glenlyon, Gundawindi, St George, Roma, the Carnarvon National Park, Charleville, Cunnamulla, Gugaduga, Burke, Brewarrina and through to Dubbo. There is no substitute to being out and about in the basin, talking with people and, importantly, hearing from them, showing them that they have been heard. I am committed to listening, hearing and acting independently wherever necessary. Equally, and without fear or favour, I am pursuing continuous improvement in the performance of basin water managers to embed integrity, transparency and accountability in the delivery of the basin plan and its outcomes. On the 30th of October, I announced my first inquiry, an inquiry that will look at the $180 million Northern Basin Toolkit, a significant program designed to improve water management and environmental outcomes in the upper part of the Murray-Darling Basin. Senators, from my first day in this role, Basin communities have heard me repeat the mantra of the need to improve and build trust and confidence in water management and governments across the Murray-Darling Basin. They are now very much seeing and will continue to see this in action. Lawful, visible, better. That's what we're all about. I look forward to taking any and all of your questions.
Thank you very much. I might just start with the inquiry that you've just launched there in October. It's great to see you kick off the first one. Can you just talk us through your thinking as to why you chose the Northern Basin Toolkit?
Okay, yeah, so the first part to that answer is because of the budget increase that we received in July of $28.6 million is what I asked Minister Plibersek for. We were able to resource such an effort. Whilst we've had the powers since our inception, we've never had the funding or resources to do so. Why did I choose the Northern Basin Toolkit? It comes under intergovernmental agreements, which is part of our oversight role. We have in our team, we have in our branches a team of performance assurance. So their job is to look at the performance of a number of IGAs as well as other water management activities. We became concerned about some of the lack of information, the lag in time, the fact that there had been an extension already granted in 2023 for things that occur in 24, which is extended to 2026, that there was very little visibility or transparency about the progress of those projects or programs within the toolkit. So we then requested, and they were voluntarily provided to us, a number of documents from the Commonwealth as well as the New South Wales and Queensland governments, and we investigated the contents of those documents. That formed one aspect of my decision to look at the Northern Basin Toolkit. The second driving component of it was the community. We had people coming to us at field days, firstly at FarmFest in Toowoomba, who had come specifically to that field day to talk to me, because we had advertised we would be there, to talk to me about their concerns about the Northern Basin Toolkit. The same thing has happened at AgQuip in Gunnedah. So the community, who are my most trusted advisors, were asking me questions that I couldn't answer until I looked at it very thoroughly through the form of an inquiry. And third, it's just good practice in line with my mantra. It's what we should be doing, and now we have the capacity to do it. We have, thanks to the funding, also been able to recruit an Assistant Inspector General for oversight, and the inquiry team is part of that. I might just invite, oh, she's up, yep. She's quick. I'd like to introduce to the committee Ms Sheridan de Croof, whose role is to assist me in that inquiry and join me at the announcement on the 30th of October. So I hope that answers your question, but we're both available if you want any more detail.
Thank you, and welcome. Thank you, Senator. That's great. We'll be looking forward to the progress of that. I think it's a really important addition to your duties to actually have the resources to be able to undertake these really important inquiries. The other thing I just wanted to touch on is your speech to the Murray-Darling Association National Conference in July. You spoke about not just the accountability and the role that you have, but how you view that in terms of information available to the general public, and how the general public were perceiving the money that's been spent, the activities that are being undertaken. And I was quite taken with the frame you put around that in terms of asking that $13 billion question. So can you just explain to us how you see your role in terms of the public? Because I think a lot of people look at your role and think of it in terms of you overseeing other organisations and structures. But I'd be keen for you to sort of explore your thoughts on the role as it relates to the public.
Absolutely. So we don't have a legislated or dedicated functional responsibility to be the educators of the Basin community. But as everyone's aware, we survey the community for sentiment, and the knowledge gap is immense. That's across the public generally, as well as water licence holders, and we've provided that detail to you. We post that information on. So we're constantly encouraging all agencies and governments who are responsible in water management to continually improve their education pieces. But what I found right from the time I was the Interim Inspector General was that there was a lack of trust in the information, as good as it was and as accessible as it was, that the MDBA, for example, might put out excellent information in the public sphere that maybe wasn't being absorbed because there was a trust issue there. So I think because of our independence is why they're leaning to us to look to help educate them, I guess, in that regard. And in relation to those comments in the speech, it came out of this very forum when there was questions asked about, I think it was from Senator Hanson-Young, if I recall correctly, about where's the money being spent. So we did a review, we did an overview of what was available to the public to see where the money had been spent in the decade or so period of the Basin Plan and that investment. We contracted outside experts to help us do that work, and I just want to reinforce it was just from what the public could access or what they could track, etc. So we didn't use any powers to do this review. And the story was stark. They could see very little. What happened as a consequence of that was the department had responded, and they now have published a series of programs and the quantum of money that is being spent. So that's a win, that's an improvement, that's what we're after, so that there is now, for that one question of the spend, part of an answer that's publicly and visibly available. So just needs to be a whole lot more of that. Everything we do is on our website. It's got to be digestible and easy to read, easy to find. A lot of people complain that across the water basin managers it was just so hard to extract or find information. So we've been very conscious to try and simplify that and make it more accessible and play an educated role, even though we're not obliged to. It's still a gap that we feel an obligation to do.
Thank you. I think it's great. It is a big challenge. The information that is available around the basin really is very difficult to understand and digest for people who are not eating, sleeping and breathing the technicalities of the system. So thank you. It was really great to see. Well. Senator Davey.
Thank you very much. Thank you again for taking time out of your basin travels to come to Canberra. Technically Canberra's in the basin, so it's okay, you're still on the ground. I must say you have gone to more places than the Minister in the basin, so congratulations on that. And I want to echo Senator Grogan's sentiments around the inquiry into the Northern Basin Toolkit. I think it is timely, certainly needed. I also hear from the communities wondering why we haven't seen a single fishway installed when it was identified years ago that that was part of the solutions and outcomes focus for the Northern Basin. So I look forward to you undertaking that inquiry and then reading your report at the end of it. Hopefully, like other areas, it might be a matter of there's just less information in the public domain, but there has been progress. But I won't preempt your report. We'll wait and see what happens. To that end, I do want to come to another report you made. You recently, in response to some queries that I raised, undertook an audit to have a look at how the department undertook its water purchasing programs to ensure that there was no misuse of information. And I note that your audit found there was no intentional misuse of information. However, it did find quite significant failings about processes in place, including that there was not adequate information barriers in place. Can you just explain to people why the information barriers are so important and why that was part of your audit findings?
Absolutely. They're not important, they're critical, Senator. So the audit we conducted was in relation to a written complaint we received, so it wasn't something we self-initiated. And it started with the Minister and an announcement, which was investigated in one part, and then the Department in a second part. The audit was what we would describe as periodic because it related to the complaint. So the audit was done for a period of what the Department had in way of controls to protect that information and remove any conflicts of interest between the 1st of July 2022 and the 28th of February 23. It looked at the sale of water allocations in the Goulburn catchment on the 23rd of January 23 that were made by the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder, and the bridging the gap within the Murray-Darling Basin on the 22nd of February 23 made by the Minister for the Environment and Water, which was managed by the Water Division of the Commonwealth Department. I emphasise, as you pointed out, that we did not allege any criminal or illegal activity within this audit. The audit found gaps, and those gaps were very, very disappointing. There were gaps in the Department systems and processes to manage compliance with the Basin Plan, and the recommendations are fairly clear for the Department as a result of that. On a positive note, the audit found the controls within the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder were largely effective. And the CHU, as they're referred to, is a Commonwealth entity managed and overseen by the Department. So of concern is, and we have had our own system in place at that time as well. So our major concern was if the CHU could do it, we could do it, why couldn't the Department do it? Was a fundamental, reasonable question that we asked. And I guess, disappointing was our takeaway from that. But I want to acknowledge the Secretary as a result of these audit findings. He took the bull by the horns and he's really lent in to make sure that the systems are now compliant, which we will check up on as we do regularly. That's part of our systems that we have in the office. Every single audit that we do, we follow up and check. But the Secretary personally lent in, and I just want to acknowledge that he did a good job, but he shouldn't have had to, quite frankly, is a stark and honest answer, but he did, and I'm confident they're in a better place now.
That was going to be my next question, because we've just seen this morning the Minister's announced that another tender process is closed. So you're confident that this most recent tender process would have had better systems in place through your conversations? I know it's not an official audit finding, but just through your conversation with the Department, it would have had better systems in place, more governance measures in place to satisfy the failures that you'd identified in the previous audit.
That is correct. I do have that confidence, but I cannot be assured until I go back and check, which I will do. But I do have every confidence, and God help them if it's not, I would suggest.
That's good. I want to also ask, because in your letter back to me about the audit, you said the audit experienced a number of delays during fieldwork and reporting phases, including delays caused by the accessibility of auditees to respond to the audit and timely provision of information by the auditees. Did you feel that the Department was trying to deliberately block your audit, or do you just think it was disorganisation, failing to identify the priority that this audit should have taken?
Yeah, look, there was delays on both parts. The auditors got struck down by COVID throughout the audit as well. If I thought there was any deliberate actions to delay or whatever else, I would have spoken up well before now. So I don't believe that's the case. I just believe it was symptomatic of some issues where that division of the department has let the secretary down and the whole department down in that regard, and they needed to do better. I think they're doing better now, and they need to continue to do better because they are the leading agency or leading jurisdiction for Basin Plan implementation. So for anyone to have confidence in the Murray-Darling Basin Plan, it has to be led by the Commonwealth Water Division.
And just to be clear, this is a department that provides advice on water policy, water procurement, and then also undertakes water procurement under the policies that they've provided advice in. And that's why the information barriers are so desperately required.
No, they're not desperately required, they are critical. And they're critical to avoid criminality occurring, distortion of the market, and illegality.
And as you say...
And ultimately trust and confidence.
As you say, the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder has very strict processes in place that they follow and have a very transparent process. Yourselves, you've got very good processes in place, and just within the department that is actually the overarching body, there was some failures.
Yeah, I just want to re-emphasise, in that period of time that we did the audit, that was the case.
Yes.
I'm not saying it's the case now, but
absolutely,
yes.
And we will not preempt the results of your review, and I certainly I acknowledge what you've said about your conversations with the Secretary, and I acknowledge that they've taken your audit on board and hopefully implemented the recommendations.
Senator, could I just, I think it's helpful that we didn't conduct the audit, we got it, the audit was done independent of us.
Yes.
Again, as a demonstration to avoid any perceptions of conflict of interest.
And just prior to your releasing of that audit publicly, which you released, you also put out a press release at the same time. Did you have any conversations with the Minister's audit prior to that publication? Was there any feedback given to you by the Minister's office, or was that entirely independent as well?
Entirely independent.
Thank you very much. I just want to come to your role. The government is currently undertaking a review, trying to redraft, revitalise the National Water Initiative, and has published draft National Water Agreement principles. The Productivity Commission, in their National Water Reform Inquiry interim report, identifies that the Inspector General has a function of overseeing intergovernmental agreements, which you've also touched on the Northern Basin Toolkit. So have you looked at the proposed National Water Agreement draft that's been put out and tried to look at how you would, how your role fits into that substantial document?
Absolutely, very keenly been looking at it and very keenly hearing a lot of feedback in relation across the community. That's been a big issue, particularly in the last couple of months that have been raised with me directly. But I've asked the Deputy Inspector General, Daniel Blacker, to be my conduit in, and he's had a number of discussions in relation to that, so I may ask him to help answer this question.
I'm happy to hear from you.
Thank you, Senator. Daniel Blacker, Deputy Inspector General of Water Compliance. Yes, as the Inspector General indicated, we've been actively engaged in that process with the department in many ways, like a lot of stakeholders are. We see drafts of what's proposed and we provide feedback on those drafts as every other stakeholder does. But we obviously have a particular interest that a large part of the Inspector General's role is oversighting intergovernmental agreements. There are current agreements in and around that where we oversight the Murray-Darling Basin portion of that existing IGA. So it would be our expectation as a result of any new IGAs that they come within the remit of the Inspector General in terms of oversight functions. And certainly the review of the Inspector General, which was released mid this year, looked at the issue of remit on IGAs, and it formed the view that that IGAs prior to the commencement of an Inspector General shouldn't come under the remit of the Inspector General, because it wouldn't have been envisaged by all of the parties at that point in time that it would have had that level of oversight. However, it should be an expectation of all parties going into intergovernmental agreements now that with an Inspector General that oversights agreements, that those agreements would come under the oversight. So there's a mechanic piece in the Water Act to allow that. There's 11 agreements that are currently listed, and a couple of those large head ones, I think like the National Water Initiative, are listed in those 11 now. And if there are new agreements which come into force, the Minister can add those to the oversight of the Inspector General by regulation. So the mechanics exist, and we've been providing feedback to let people know where we think that impacts on the Inspector General's function, scope and activity.
So with regard to the draft in WA, when you say you've been actively engaged with the department, was that in the development of the draft that was then publicly published, or just since it was published?
We operate like any other stakeholder in that regard, so we are not involved in the policy development process. We're not a policy agency. That's entirely the remit of the department. But we respond to things that are of interest or have an impact on our functions, as people would expect us to do, and as all other stakeholders do.
But just particularly in relation, if there's any attempt to reduce our oversight or reach, or because then the Northern Basin Toolkit, as an example, may no longer be in our purview to conduct an inquiry, and if there's a weakening or a lessening or a reduction in what we're able to oversight.
Is your feedback public? The Productivity Commission's given quite scathing feedback, and that's public. Is your feedback public, or can you make it public?
I'd take it on notice, but I would say at this point, my understanding is we've had a lot of officer level feedback, but I'm not sure we've had a formal submission into the department. So I'll take that on notice.
And just finally, because I realise we've got to share the call, in your opinion, because you're a very practical agency, and you look at, is that enforceable? How do we enforce it? And then how do we take action? The 173 principles that are currently in the draft NWA, some of them I look at and I go, that's a nice vibe. But from a practical point of view, I can't follow a pathway to implementation, let alone then sort of assessment, accountability, enforcement. Your feedback, does your feedback cover that sort of theme? Because I know I can't ask you your opinions.
I can tell you, you've just summed up the community's feedback to us on their concerns is exactly that. But in relation to the...
So we have some fairly general principles that we often feed back into policy processes, and one of those is that we're always asking where we're the enforcement agency, so where we've got our regulatory hat on, that we can see clearly responsibilities and it's specific enough to allow us to assess compliance against it. So that's in terms of our regulatory functions. In our oversight space, where we're looking more at performance, we have slightly different criteria. So it depends what the policy.
You'd still need measurables for performance.
Yeah, and it depends what the agreement's all about. And sometimes you find that you might have a head agreement which is principles based, and there might be detail to come. So that's a policy design and architecture question. We wouldn't get involved in providing feedback on how that should be done. We would just simply provide the principles on which we need to operate, and we would look at the document in front of us. But I'd say in the space that we operate, we're looking at the Water Act, we're looking at the Basin Plan, we're looking at water resource plans and intergovernmental agreements, and we have to look at them all together to work out the full picture. One on its own doesn't tell the whole story.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good time to share.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here again, Mr Grant.
Well, great to see you again, Senator.
Thank you. This issue, I'm pretty sure is under your remit. It may be the Murray-Darling Basin Authority, but I'm pretty sure it's yours, so you can tell me if I'm wrong. I'd like to ask some questions about this issue of contaminated water flows and also some questions about your statement. So I'll start with this contaminated water flows. So we've got water flows with chemicals added which cause blue-green algae flows and quality of the Contaminated River. It's I believe, an issue for you because Queensland's failed to perform their duties properly, the Queensland state. So my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, when a state does not honour their obligations under the plan, the Inspector General can step in, specifically on water allocations and water usage. Is that right?
I'll get to Deputy Inspector to use that for us.
Yep. So there's a few pieces to that. Thank you, Senator. I would say that's probably largely the Murray-Darling Basin Authority, but where there is an obligation or a function or a power that needs to be discharged under the Basin Plan, if that's not discharged. But the Basin Plan doesn't cover all of Queensland water management or operations.
This is Murray-Darling Basin.
Yeah, definitely in terms of geography, but for example, a lot of the water quality issues in the Basin Plan may be principles-based, or the water resource plans have some elements of water quality in them, and we're certainly the compliance agency for those, but they're very limited in terms of what's in a water resource plan. So there's a much bigger issue here, which is water quality, and we only have a small component of that where there's a particular rule in either the Basin Plan or a water resource plan that we would assess compliance with. But broadly, water quality tends to more be in the MWA's sphere.
Well, if I'm heading down the wrong track or heading down the track with the wrong agency, let me know.
Yep,
and
I'd refer to the MWA on.
Yeah, but we did, for your information, on our website is an audit into the Contaminated belong, into their water resource plan. We did some time ago. So that may be helpful if there's a specific issue you're concerned about that does fall under our remit as part of that audit. Otherwise, the Deputy's right that the majority of that question sits with the MDBA.
Well, let's just start, and if I'm heading down the wrong track, I'll ask the questions of the Murray-Darling Basin Authority. The Oki Meatworks at Oki is 100% owned by NH Foods of Japan. Between mid-March and mid-June of 2022, which is before your appointment, I think, NH Foods released 175 megalitres of heavily contaminated abattoir runoff into Oki Creek, which flows into the Contaminated Ballon system. The water release, as I said, was 175 megalitres, which is pretty big. It's enormous. So a large body of water, which was contaminated with ammonium nitrate at 102 milligrams per litre, and E. coli at 14,000 mpns per 100 megalitres. Whereas I'm sure you know 100 megalitres is considered a high-risk concentration, so it's above that. The source of the water was a holding pond on the abattoir which was contaminated at the level of 460,000 mpns per 100 megalitres for E. coli, an astronomical number. 151 megalitres per milligrams per litre of ammonium nitrate, and phosphorus at 29 milligrams per litre. So many M's and L's in this. Taken together, these things are likely to cause a particularly toxic blue-green algae outbreak, and I've seen photos of that outbreak in the holding pond. And that was observed in the site prior to the release. The release occurred during heavy rain, which is why the concentration in the water was lower than in the dam, which of course. Timing of the release coincides with the blue-green algae outbreak in the Darling in July of 2023. So there may have been, quite possibly, outbreak. So it's the health of the Darling system. Are you aware of any of these facts already?
Not aware, Senator. I would say largely that sits outside the remit of the Inspector General. It's possible, if we look at the specifics, and happy to do that, that there is a connection with water resource plan compliance, but it's highly unlikely that there is, based on what you've just told us. It's more likely it sits within river operations as the remit of the Murray-Darling Basin Authority and or an EPA, potentially Queensland
Okay, I'll leave it for them then.
Sure. But you are very welcome to write to us on that issue, and we can pull out of there what we may be responsible for and refer anything else to the appropriate agency. So we're very happy, as we do, for everyone to take any and all complaints and ensure they get to the right water manager or responsible party.
Okay, thank you. Coming to your opening statement, which is nice and short and clear, your second paragraph said making things visible, and sharing your experiences being out in the basin. I think that's exactly what's needed from my experience across the whole of the basin. That's what people are crying out for. You said you've now signed an MOU with all state regulators. Is that satisfying? You happy with that?
Yeah, I really am. To your point about the visibility, to prove that is working is, I think, one of the major concerns we had as I went from Interim Inspector General. I remember having these conversations when I was in that position about the visibility issue, was a lack of faith in the state regulators about consistency and compliance and whether they were holding people to account. So we established, after Des Pearson did that review for us, the Regulatory Leaders Forum. That forum was the first time that the heads of each of the basin jurisdictions regulators had ever worked together. They are now, I think we've had 10 or 11 meetings, I think, under our belt now. It's a genuine collegiate where there's information sharing, there's cooperation across projects, across borders. They have the meeting report card is a joint artefact that we own. I'm responsible for collating and producing it and publishing, etc. But they're equally all the contributors with the narrative, and we're working on a second piece that will give even greater visibility to the regulators' activities in each of the jurisdictions. And I always I muddle this up, so I apologise, but it's the compliance.
I'm getting the gist
Compliance
of it.
performance report.
The compliance performance report, which will have a lovely little dashboard on it, so on our site that you can click on for each jurisdiction and look at how many prosecutions they've undertaken, how many infringement notices they've done, penalties, all that sort of stuff. So that's, I think, been the mechanism by which we've had significant improvement. And out in the community, people aren't asking me about the compliance aspect of now, that it's significantly reduced. So I think that's a really good sign. People are now really talking to me about oversight and performance and improvement.
Well, that's good, because one of the things that I picked up all across the Murray-Darling Basin was a lot of finger pointing. It's them over there, it's them over there. It's the Murray-Darling Basin Authority. And it's pretty significant that the Murray-Darling Basin Commission, which preceded the Water Act of 2007, was seen to be working well because it didn't have a lot of power, and it had to work by working with people, with the states. And the Murray-Darling Basin Authority is an authority, and it seems to have come and run roughshod over the states. So if you're working collegiately, it's going to have a better outcome eventually.
Yeah, without having knowledge of the Commission and those other references you made, but how we work in the RLF is absolutely collegiate. It's no secret every basin jurisdiction have their own priorities. They have their own ways they do things.
Should be.
Yeah, and they have their own localised interests and nuances because the basin's very diverse. That's acknowledged, but we've been able to navigate a way, in layman's terms, to explain the old oranges, mandarins analogy that we often refer to, a lot clearer, because you call that car there a Holden, I'll call it a Commodore, but it's the same thing. So I think we've had some...
Inspiring words.
Yeah, well, potentially. maybe a bad example. But yeah, so I think we're not perfect by any stretch that way. It's still a work in progress, and it always takes time. But I think it's been the most significant step forward, which is then having a ripple effect in a positive manner into the community. Because seriously, when I'm out and about, people aren't whinging about the state regulators at the moment. The visibility on the meeting report cards really helped, and I think they've just lifted their game because they're part of something bigger and connected as well. And I think whenever you have an independent body, there's just a natural reaction to step up and lift your game, and they've all done that, and I congratulate each of the jurisdictions. So I think we're a good, positive collegiate.
Especially where you add the word, which is repeated in your statement of listening and actually hearing. So two different things. So I know that it's not easy, so I'm not trying to belittle the challenge that the Murray-Darling Basin Authority faces, because you've got a pretty seasonal climate down at the southern part of the basin, and you've got a highly variable climate in the northern part of the basin, and it's very difficult to align and manage the two, because we don't have control.
I saw that firsthand just last week, Senator. I was at the headwaters of the most northern part of the basin, near Mount Moffat there, where the Maranoa starts, and the perception from the south is that there's a big, Hume Dam type capacity body of water available that everyone's pinching from the north and won't let it flow south. It's seriously a water stream about this wide. I could nearly jump across it, and you pivot, and it's dry because it runs underground. Mm-hmm. And unless you get the 400 to 600 mils of rain in that section, there's not much inflow going into the top of the Maranoa, which then feeds part of the Warrego. From the Maranoa East branch, it goes underground into the Warrego, which then goes down to Terrell, and you've got that and sort of Cuddabar, Terrell, then into the Darling. So I know my rivers, Minister. So it's
I love talking about rivers.
so it's just, and we've been out there, and when I go out and engage, we've got the capacity to take my internal media team with us, so we're capturing these images. So that's what we're also then producing to help educate and debunk myths, and so people don't get a misconception about what and how it really works. So you couldn't be more accurate saying the seasonal to the intermittent rainfalls dramatically affect how the systems work north to south. And I've seen a lot less finger pointing, which is really positive as well. Everyone's, when they've got an agenda or a case to push, they're going to use it. That's human nature. That's just the way it works. But it's decreased significantly in my observation.
We need to rotate the call, Senator Robertson, if you want to...
Myths come generally from ignorance or hiding of corruption. So I'm pleased you're onto that. The question I'd like to ask is, you mentioned on your fourth paragraph, I released the findings of an audit that highlighted structural conflicts of interest. Is that an audit of your operations?
No, that was an audit of the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water Division systems.
Mouthful, isn't it?
Beg your pardon?
It's a mouthful, isn't it?
Yeah, at times. The Water Division systems in relation to declarations of conflict of interest and protection of information, so people don't get advanced notice or warning when they've got a conflict of water announcements, given, as Senator Pavey articulated, they're not only
insider trading. Insider trading.
That type of example in loose terms. Although they don't use it to their advantage or someone else's advantage, it's imperative that those systems are tight and that. So the audit was conducted by an independent group that we commissioned, because my staff are employees of the department. I didn't want any accusations or perceptions of any conflicts of interest, so we engaged independent auditors to go in and do that audit.
You must be in the police force before you came here, right? Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
I'd like to come back to Mr. Grant.
Senator McLaughlin.
Just had further questions that Colin sent through.
When we last spoke, I think your average time to close a case was about 148 days. I notice your webpage indicates 44% of cases are closed within 3 months or less. Do we have an average figure?
I don't think we do. I think we've got a breakdown by by time. Happy to get you an average figure on notice.
Well, that's fine. No, take that on notice. How are you measuring performance? I mean, from your webpage, they look like good numbers, but I'm reflecting as a lawyer in another context. Are you happy with the turnover of the cases, or you think there's room for improvement? I appreciate it's how long a piece of string.
No. It's
the complexity of the investigation. So I'm just I'm asking from a high-level perspective.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So the frustration that I have, and I'll get the Deputy Inspector General to elaborate, and potentially my assistant for regulatory, Tara, who's behind us. So you want to join us? She may have a more detailed question. She's in charge of the audit investigation team. The frustrations we have as an office is that we can investigate something, but the law we can't find non-compliance because the legislation's poor and/or there's no consequence. So we can do 1,000 investigations and they can be this long in length or this long, depends on the piece of string argument, but ultimately if there's no consequences or there's something we can't pursue further, they're always going to be shorter and potentially some may be longer.
Yes.
It distorts it, so it's difficult to give you a...
I appreciate that. I'm really feeling, because you're a fairly new entity, what your thinking is at the moment. Obviously, that will evolve.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just to add to that, so we have 3 tools in the kit, if you like. So investigations is one of those main 3 that we have, but we've also got audits and inquiries. So we tend to look at the problem first, and then we look at what's the right tool. So sometimes a problem will come in, it might look like an investigation, or you do an investigation first. It might not lead to an enforcement action, but it might lead to our understanding of something that we then audit or something that we then inquire into.
Yes.
So certainly there's a pathway there. In terms of are we happy with that, I'd also reflect on probably a change in attitude at the macro level that we're seeing. So enforcement is part of the story, but I would say there's been a really clear shift in our 3 years about how people respond to us now. Right. And what we find when we get there and start talking to people. So information's a lot more readily available, people respond quicker, we're getting access to things, and people are working with us to provide us the information so that we can work through the issue. And a lot of these are very complicated. There's a lot of aspects to the things that we tend to investigate. So some of our work is shifting, and it means more audits or more inquiries. And the review of the Inspector General looked at that issue as well, and it essentially said a lot of the work that we do is probably aligned heavily to the audit and inquiries tool, and the investigation tool is really more about trade non-compliances and enforcement of trade rules, where there's really clear responsibility in a rule and there's a consequence associated with that. So it's a balancing act for us about where we put our resources and what we focus on.
I appreciate the answer. It's an evolution of how we measure efficiency of your organisation. So absolutely. I'll continue to ask that, but I thought I'd mark a moment in time.
Do you like how we've put the stuff on our website? So?
I do. I used to sit on an oversight committee of an ICAC in a state parliament, and it was a similar debate about how to measure efficiency. Yeah,
is that working? Do we need to do it any better or differently?
No, it's the same difficulty.
Okay.
Maybe they have more powers of compulsion and less can make themselves more efficient. Yeah. In some of my readings, whilst we're on this topic, and some academic analysis, I can give you the references to the papers, and I'm not intending to put the propositions in the papers to you, otherwise I would have tabled them and given you some notice. But there's a concept of estimating the real penalty value of water theft. I'm not sure whether you turn your mind to that, and it involves sufficient penalties, sufficient data, and sufficient auditing generally, which is many of the themes of your papers. Are we going to get to a place where we sort of measure, or as legislators, are we not doing enough to give the penalties, or is that a state issue?
That's a great question.
Which lever should we, as legislators, be looking at the moment?
It's a great question, and have we turned our mind to it? Absolutely. Even from when I was the interim, it was one of the #1 complaints from the Basin community. So we explored through the Pearson report about the penalties and found there was very little we could do because each jurisdiction had their own penalty regimes and they're all linked and all that sort of stuff. But we've also started to work on another body of work to put a value to the environmental harm as an option for penalty and sentencing, etc., to be considered, which my General Counsel is working with the jurisdictions over. But Daniel, do you want to elaborate?
Yeah, thank you. And I'll probably just start with noting the increase in penalties in New South Wales, and that's really an action which reflects the underlying proposition of your question. So New South Wales have just increased the maximum penalties for serious water theft, for example. So individual, it was set at $750 in terms of that penalty infringement notice that could be issued by the Natural Resources Access Regulator. That's now up to $7,500 for an individual, so a tenfold increase. For corporations, it's up from $1,500 to $15,400. Similar for unauthorised works, which are up from $750 to $3,000 for an individual and $1,500 to $6,000 for a corporation. And there's also similar offences for metering and licence breaches. So they're all increasing. And when you look at the underlying rationale for the New South Wales Government's decision there with NRA, that's all about addressing, is this an effective deterrent? Is it significant enough when you look at the economics of breaking the law to deter people from doing so? So that's a really positive step in terms of New South Wales addressing that issue. But we're coming at this from a broader perspective. So the compliance performance report that the Inspector General referenced earlier, where what we've done in the first version of that is get all of the activity metrics together. So how many audits are you doing, how many investigations, what does it lead to, penalties, enforcement actions, all of those activities. But the broader picture where we're heading is being able to put outcome measures to that, so we can see inputs, activities, outputs, short-term outcomes, long-term outcomes. So we'll get the first report of the activity stuff out within a couple of weeks. And then beyond that, we're heading into that outcomes territory, so we can get an effective measure about not only seeing how many things have been done, but is it working, is it shifting the dial in terms of effectiveness?
Yeah, and just in the right style, reference the environmental harm component of it. That's also going to be like project number 3 of the Regulatory Leaders Forum, so they're all leaning into that from their perspective. Yeah, and we would take that through to BOC and others after that's completed.
Yeah, I was very interested. There's some excellent work being done at Flinders University by Sarah Wheeler on
We've read, and there's a number of them at the moment. There's 2 or 3 that are out recently and we're aware of and thinking about the same issues.
Whilst we're talking about New South Wales, in August we had some public comment about your difficulties with New South Wales with the water resource plans. Can we just have an update on where you're at with that?
I can, but that's a question that the MDBA own.
Yeah, but they own.
I spoke to...
From your perspective.
So, yeah, sorry. I spoke to Minister Plibersek personally the 29th of October for an update and regular contact. So they've got a commitment to submit the final 4, 2 surface water, 2 groundwater by December, and they're working towards that. They've got some engagement with the Gomeroi people to, I think, to finalise that sort of process. But
Minister Jackson, rather than Plibersek.
Jackson, sorry.
My question was coming from
Davey Jackson Plibersek today. I'm having a shocker. Sorry.
No, I was coming
Jackson
from
New South Wales. So.
I was just coming from the perspective that was frustrating you, your ability to do your job. So we're still in hold.
Frustration remains.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just touching on the media point raised by the Chair and my fellow senators, there's also academic work around the role of the media and the frustrations in community holding different views, and I appreciate your great work in trying to get some clarity of thought and rational debate about the plan. Are you thinking about measuring your media impacts? Because, you know, and at some point be able to assist us with, there's your spend, and you think that you're getting that amount. I know it's difficult to measure. I had to do that in a previous life, but there are ways.
Yeah, so we've got our Water's Edge podcast.
Yes.
And we do results on how that. We're from, I think they're under the category of government podcasts or something like that. And we're like Taylor Swift. We're like on top of the charts.
Right.
So we're going really good there. Instagram's very new. We're using that because it's that type of forum to have pictures with purpose. So we use that as great graphics to then direct people into other areas with better information. And LinkedIn. I'm
just conscious of time.
Yeah, but so we are in the process of measuring all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, could you take it on notice to give some KPIs? I don't need them today, but I'd just like to make it as part of the ongoing discourse
Yep.
about how much market penetration you're getting with your messages. It's simply in that context.
Happy to take it on notice to provide that.
Just
To give you a really quick example, Henty Field Days, we do spend and we use a cost per mil, otherwise known as
Yes.
cost per thousand, and we calculate that. So a cost to reach 1,000 people or cost per person across 1,000 people is 30 cents, for example, for us in that space.
Yeah, I was coming from not just the return on investment, but also market penetration because of your work. One last question. I don't want to reach into hypotheticals and annoy the minister, but if there is some discussion in the media about certain areas, particularly in my own state, being declared critically endangered. Now, if or when something is declared critically endangered, does that impact your work or trigger any considerations by your office under your statutory obligations? You can take that on notice. It was just a thought.
I think we'll take that on notice, but I'm not aware of a specific trigger, but there might be implicit triggers within specific rules. So
It may be on the nature of the declaration, any conditions on that declaration, but I was interested from a technical perspective rather than a...
We'll find out and get back to you with an answer.
That's all the questions I have.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Davey.
Thank you very much. I also want to note the work you've done regarding educating people. It was something identified by your predecessor, Mick Kilty, in the oft-referenced Kilty report, that water knowledge, while individuals might have great knowledge of their own region and how water operates in their own region, the understanding of other regions was not there. And having lived on farms at the top of the basin and now in the middle of the basin, it's quite stark, the difference in water accounting, water allocating, and also then how individuals manage their businesses. So I think it's really important that work you're doing, and I do agree there seems to be a calming of the finger pointing. Long may it hold up, but we might wait till the next drought before we start congratulating ourselves. I just want to come back to the current or the proposed water market rules that are to come in place about price transparency, and just the current way that water market information is being utilised and released. For example, the Bridging the Gap tender, which concluded last year, May last year, I think. Some of those are only being registered this month on the public registers. Do you think that lag time is appropriate?
I think we've answered this a few times before, but Daniel, you lead on this area on my behalf. So.
Yep. So in terms of rule effectiveness, I would note that we've just been through a review of the Inspector General, which highlights that noting that we're not a policy agency, effectiveness of rules is not necessarily our domain. But I would say that there's no specific rule that would require those that would fall within the Inspector General's scope that would make DQ have to report their trades in a faster timeframe. Right. So there isn't anything in place that would require that. So given that it's not a requirement or an obligation, there's no specific compliance or enforcement component to that. Obviously, and I think we've talked about this in previous sessions where there is a delay. The water market data standards are looking to collect new data and information. One of the key pieces that's proposed to be collected in that space is strike dates. So when that information does come through, you can see the point in time at which that occurred. So it's not looking as if it's all relevant on the date it's reported. You can see the date that the trade occurred, noting that there is a lag, and I think we stepped through why there's a lag previously, but no particular rule there for us as a compliance or enforcement body to pursue in relation to time.
Thank you. And I guess the actual enforcement of those rules will fall to the ACCC once they come into place.
It'll be a mix, yeah. So we have some obligations which came in on 1 July 2024 this year. So around price reporting, there are additional obligations that come in for us in mid-26 and a number of obligations that come in for the ACCC in mid-26 as well.
I'm sure I've got a lot of questions. I'm cognizant of time. I might put some of those questions on notice, but I do note that we've just had a close of one tender process, and before that closed, an EOI process opened, and the EOI process requires non-disclosure agreements, and yet this is for a potential tender that may occur into the future. I'm just wondering how that feeds into market transparency.
There's probably a couple of different aspects to that. There's a question about policy design, which is a matter for others, but in terms of compliance, we don't monitor every document that goes into the public domain in real time, but we are certainly monitoring some aspects of that. We have had a look, and there's at the moment, in relation to documents, we haven't seen anything that specifically causes us concern around a risk to non-compliance.
Okay, thank you very much.
Would you like to have another couple of questions while we try and find Senator Roberts?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I can feel, yeah. No, I'm going to turn to metering though, because you produce the metering reports every year, and I thank you for that. And as we've already discussed and you've highlighted, it's long been my concern that we're sort of comparing apples to oranges, and you've done a lot of work to try and turn those oranges into apples so we're talking the same language. I just note at the end of October, and we found it only last night, a report released by DQ, Implementation of Water Market Reform Roadmap, 2 years on, breaks down all the water market reform and progress into what's happening. But in here, it says that the Australian Standard Series for non-urban water meters, AS4747, has been revised. Were you aware of the revisions of AS4747?
There's a MAFS 3 process that's still underway.
So, yes, that's not led by us, but and I can't think of the name of the agency in the Commonwealth that leads that one off the top of my head, but there is an AS4747 review underway. I don't think it's complete. I think it's still in progress, would be my understanding. Happy to be corrected. But there's also, as the Inspector General said, there's a technical standard that sits alongside that 4747 standard, and that's referred to as MAF 3, because I think it's version 3 of the Metrological Assurance Framework. Again, not our document, not our process, but certainly has impact in our space, and we refer to it regularly, as do the states, in terms of their metering implementation.
Yes, because I understand that it's not you revising or doing it, but I was going to ask what that meant for you, but also with states. I note that as it stands, not all states are currently AS4747 compliant because, for example, South Australia has grandfathering clauses in place. So I'm just trying to work out what this revision means, and whether, I mean, a lot of people have gone and spent a lot of money buying meters that are currently AS4747 compliant, that aren't even aware that it's being reviewed or revised, and what will the implications be going forward? Will states need to then introduce grandfathering clauses for those meters, or practically how will this work with meter compliance?
So National Measurement Institute is the body which leads that review, so they own the Australian standards. In terms of awareness, I know there is a process. I know they have engaged broadly. Certainly they've engaged with us on the way through as a stakeholder. In terms of what it might mean, that'll really depend on what the changes are, whether they're substantive or significant, or indeed if there are any changes. So not leading that process, I don't think we could draw any conclusions about what may or may not come from changes that they haven't.
In each jurisdiction are different journey points and the different priorities. So South Australia are working hard and got a project in relation to their telemetry. In that jurisdiction's their major focus. New South Wales have had a big review. I think it's just completed. It's
Yes.
under consideration, I think, with the Minister at the moment. So it largely sits with the basin jurisdictions, but as the Deputy said, depending on what those changes are, is before we could comment on what the impact are. But that's all the stuff that we talk about at RLF as well. So they share that information, and that will then help inform and better inform our report cards going forward if there is any changes.
Okay. So that brings me to your actual report. My understanding is that the national non-urban metering standards, every basin state must have compliant meters by mid next year.
That's under the Compliance Compact.
Yep. And or grandfathering, so they can maintain those grandfathered meters.
Yes, and a review of that Compliance Compact will be conducted by us.
When will that review be conducted? Post-25?
Yeah, so the Compliance Compact concludes in 2025, and we will review it after the conclusion of the Compact. So we will then look at what were the commitments under those, and there's about 5 major kind of themes: water resource plans, metering and measurement, those sorts of things. And we'll take a look at that. That's one of the intergovernmental agreements that we were talking about earlier that's listed in the Water Act in terms of the Inspector General's oversight. And we've already talked to the jurisdictions about our intention to have a detailed look at that. In terms of progress on metering and measurement implementation, so the report card in front of you at the moment covers the 2022-23 period. We're working at the moment on collecting the data for the 23-24 period. So we've already got the data requests out with states, and they're busy compiling that data to provide back. And we expect that probably before Christmas or thereabouts, the other side of Christmas, and we're aiming to get that report out around February, March next year, depending on delivery of that data. So that'll give a picture of the 23-24 water year, and then there'll be another year after that which will give the full picture of Compliance Compact. So
2 more questions, because I see we've got Senator Roberts back. So with regards to grandfathered meters, are you confident that they are compliant enough?
It's done differently in every jurisdiction, which is the joy of our world. So they run different processes and programs to give assurance around the accuracy of those meters. So some of them are highly accurate, some of them do sample testing and different assurance methods, but largely it appears economically sensible to us to replace meters upon their
At end of life.
At end of life.
Yeah.
So that's essentially the grandfathering principle, is that those meters would stay in place until they reach end of life, and then they are replaced with AS 4747 compliant meters.
Whatever the standard may look like at that point in time.
Yeah, but and we noted this in the last report card. We are somewhat concerned about the timeliness of that implementation, and the report cards reflect that there's still a big job to be done and time is coming to an end on that deadline. The New South Wales Government recognised the challenges in their implementation program and have recently conducted a review, and the Government's response to it, I think, was published recently as well. So.
And in the past we've talked about Queensland providing timely and adequate information. Are we getting better information from Queensland, and are they likely to meet the 2025 deadlines?
They're on the most positive trajectory of all the jurisdictions in improvement. I'm not going to foreshadow where they are, but they know they're under the pump. And because I've given them praise, they know they're under the double pump to do as well as they can. So they've acknowledged that, and we're working closely with them to ensure they've come from a long way back to getting up to what's acceptable.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy to.
Thank you. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few more brief questions on your opening statement. Without asking your opinion, I'm not asking your opinion, but have you got any feedback on how people across the Murray-Darling Basin are taking the government's announcement that it would like to take more water off irrigators?
Yeah, it's a concern that they raise with us.
Across the whole valley? A basin, rather?
Mostly in the well, it's technically the south, but yeah, mostly New South Wales.
Okay. Thank you. We've already discussed the fact that you're in the great state of Queensland. You've said hearing, not just listening to people, is important. That's the key to effective policing, isn't it? To engage people.
It's the key to effective everything.
Yep. Okay.
I'm sorry if that was an opinion, but that's also a fact.
It's a fact too.
Yeah.
So it's not just an opinion. You say in the statement, equally on page 2 down the bottom, equally and without fear or favour, I'm pursuing continuous improvement in the performance of basin water managers. How is that going with them, basin water managers?
Yeah, well, I gave one example of the water division were performing very poorly in relation to spend of money in projects, and they now have it on a website, and that's more transparent, so that's an improvement. There's still a long way to go in a lot of aspects of basin management and improvement. Everyone can improve. We can always improve as well. We're not immune to that as well. So, yeah, I think there has been upward trajectories and improvements, but there's when we started this journey, there's a long way a lot of work to do. So there's still a long way to go.
Yep. So you've already told us that you've had improvements from working together with all the states.
Yes.
In the same room.
Yes, definitely.
Last page, top paragraph. On 30th of October, I announced my first inquiry, an inquiry that will look at the $180 million Northern Basin Toolkit, a significant program. Could you give us some more details about that, please? When it's going to start, end, what you'll cover, who's involved?
Sure, I might ask my Assistant Inspector General, Sheridan de Croof, to give you the precise details, as she's assisting me with all the operations of that inquiry, if she could help.
Thank you, Inspector General. Thank you, Senator. Yes, so the Inspector General announced the inquiry into the Northern Basin Toolkit on the 30th of October. We're currently receiving submissions on the inquiry, and that will close the 29th of November. We'll then assess that information and undertake further evidence gathering. I'll note that the Inspector General does have the power to compel the provision of information. At this stage, we anticipate providing a report to the Minister in mid-2025.
Okay, thank you. And could you tell me about the scope, the Basin Toolkit in particular? I'm not familiar with everything, so.
The scope of the toolkit?
Scope of the inquiry and some specifics about the Basin Toolkit.
Yeah, yes, Senator. I can answer some of those questions, and then I'll hand over to Daniel Blacker. The toolkit is essentially 6 measures designed at improving environmental outcomes in the Northern Basin. Within the six measures, essentially there's a series of projects under the measures, with environmental outcomes as the objective. The program has an upper envelope funding limit of $180 million. The programs were originally due to be delivered in June 2024, and that's been extended to 2026. So the inquiry is going to look at the status of the projects, the status of when they're likely to be delivered and the reason for those delays.
Does it include not just technical aspects of the projects, but also commercial and community?
Just to give you a sense of the 6 kind of core pieces of the toolkit, and then I'll just touch on the terms of reference to that last follow-up. So 6 measures. The first one's about targeted water recovery in the Northern Basin. Measure 2's about protection of environmental flows. Measure 3 is about event-based mechanisms for the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder.
Event-based, sorry.
Yes.
Okay, no, that's fine. I thought you said vent-based.
No,
that's
sorry.
fine.
Event-based. Measure 4 is about planning for and delivery of environmental water across the Northern Basin. Measure 5 is all about Guida constraints project. Measure 6 is about environmental works, so fishways, fish screens, those sorts of things.
In the last part of your question about community, so I have the ability to hold hearings.
Sorry?
I have the ability to hold hearings and to compel people to give evidence at those hearings as well, in addition to the compel powers for documentation. And community members may be called also to provide information at those hearings in relation to your question about community.
Thank you. As I heard those, and as I understand it, the terms of the 6 topics are to do with environmental flows. Do you consider the impacts on community and economics?
Yes, so the common theme there is environmental outcomes, you're quite right. And in terms of the terms of reference, we'll be looking at things like the governance of the program, the progress against all of those programs and projects. So what's been implemented, what work is left to do, any issues around non-delivery. We're also looking at the amount of money that's been spent and the effectiveness of the intergovernmental agreement. So a broad range of issues for us to look at.
What about the impact on the communities and the economics of farming, economics of small industry?
We will get that from the community when they come to hearings, I imagine.
Can I just ask a quick follow-up question on that? I know it's a review into the Northern Basin Toolkit, but some of those terms of reference could apply just as equally to some areas in the Southern Basin. Have you thought to expand, or are you open to hearing that sort of feedback through the process?
Submissions are not limited and we'll take on board, but we're only a small team. We're only funded in July and it's October. We've already got our first inquiry underway. I don't imagine it'll be the last.
Thank you. Sorry.
Last point, you mentioned in your closing paragraph about building trust, and then you finished with the words lawful, visible, better. I guess people that's very encouraging. People across the basin will let us know, so all I can do is wish you success. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Senator.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate you coming in, spending some time with us and telling us about some of the great work you're doing. That's really very, very helpful. So thank you. We will release you now and we'll see you again in February.
Okay. Thank you, Senator.
I would now like to call officers responsible for the Murray-Darling Basin Plan cross-portfolio matters. And I welcome Mr David Fredericks.
Do you mind if we just wait till the gets changed?
Yeah, I was just going to say we might just suspend for a few moments while we change up the bench.
Thank you.
Great, welcome back. We now have Mr David Fredericks, Secretary of the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water, Mr Andrew McConville from the Murray-Darling Basin Authority, Nope. Would anybody like to make an opening statement?
Chair, before we begin, may I just clarify, I've just picked up a copy of the program and I think our original advice was that the committee was expecting the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission in this first session. They are not listed on the program I have here. Can I just get an indication of how we're approaching that question?
I wonder if the Secretariat could help, because I was thinking they were going to pop up on the screen, and they are. I do have them down as attending.
Okay, great. That's fine. If that's everyone's expectation, that's fine. I just wanted to confirm that that was the case.
Oh, right, okay. I just forgot to come to the table. Easy.
Which is just the reason I'm asking, Chair, is because I had previously understood that they were here only until for the first part of the program and
till morning tea.
Yeah. Great. Okay, that's good. That's all fine. I was just trying to check that I was on the right page. And Senator Ruston looks at me as though she too is confused. Sorry.
Okay, let's barrel ahead. We also have Ms Nicole Ross from the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission. Would anybody care to make an opening statement?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. Mr Fredericks, please go ahead.
Thank you. I just thought I'd like to make some observations on the evidence that was given in relation to the inquiry by the IGWC into my department. I wish Senator Davey was here for this. I know Senator Davey will give the department an opportunity to provide evidence in detail about what we as a department have done in relation to the subject matter of that inquiry. But just before time elapses too far between the evidence that was provided and our opportunity to do that, I'd just like to make a couple of points. The first of those is I think it's very important to provide one piece of context which I'm not sure I heard strongly in the discussion, and that is that the period of time in which the activities of the department were subject to the review were from July 2022 to February 2023. So we are talking about the activities of the department between 20 and 30 months ago. So that's around 2 years. I think that's important context now for two reasons. One, obviously it reflects the fact that it's important for everyone to understand that the activities of the department that were considered was the department as of around 2 years ago. But secondly, very usefully, it does show the period of time in which the department has had the opportunity to deal with the issues that were ultimately raised in that inquiry. And now that Senator Davey has joined us, I know, Senator, you'll give my departmental officers an opportunity to provide detailed evidence about what we've done since, and I'm grateful to you for that. But I can give the assurance, and I was very, very grateful to the Inspector General for saying as much, that not just I, but the department as a whole have lent in throughout that entire 20-month period on a program of continuous improvement. Can I say that that program of continuous improvements was launched 20 months ago, and so in many ways a lot of the recommendations that the Inspector General ultimately made in September of 2024, we were able to accept them, not just because they were good advice, but because we had already well and truly started the process of attending to those issues. Can I just say that we certainly welcome the report. As a department, I welcome audit reports. They're good things for us. They give us advice on how we can do things better. Can I emphasise, though, we also understand where we can do things better. Can I just say, the people who sit behind me and sit in my department reporting to them are diligent, conscientious and professional public servants that devote their professional career to the service of the Australian public. And it's very nice of the Inspector General to express confidence in me. Can I say my confidence is built on the confidence I have in my staff? And I'm looking forward to the opportunity for my department to reflect that today. Can I also say that we look forward to the opportunity for the Inspector General to come back and review us again? That's a good thing. Can I also say that currently the ANAO is doing a review, a proper review, it's publicly known, into the procurement that we did on bridging the gap in 2023. I welcome that. We engage constructively with the ANAO. I'm extremely grateful to the Inspector General and his staff for how constructively they engage with us as well. I'm very, very grateful for that. And as I say, the result is the system working well. A department understanding it needs to do better and doing that of its own volition. An independent review explaining further how we can do better and we leaning into that. This is government functioning well. And I'm very proud of it, and I think all senators here should be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Fredericks. It is great to see the opportunity for unpacking what's going on and system improvement, and thank you very much for that statement. I'm going to just apologise that we seem to have some conflicting documentation in the room. We're going to barrel on until we get to 11, where I will unpack what's going on. But I would also like to welcome Dr Simon Banks, the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder, who's on some documents and not others. So my apologies for that. We will tidy that up with a clarification when we come back after the morning tea. But for now, we will go straight into questions. And
she's got another engagement, so she'll have her questions after me now.
Lovely. So we will start with Senator Davey.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate your opening comments, Secretary, and you're absolutely right. I will be unpicking this a bit further, because as you can imagine, and as you have articulated, the findings of the audit, not by the Inspector General, but for the Inspector General, were concerning and very disappointing. But when you read the audit, did you agree with the findings upon reflection? Did you accept and agree with those findings?
So, Senator, we formally accepted all of the recommendations of the IGWC in a number of respects, and I'm very happy for my officers to give you detail on this. In a number of respects, the implementation of those recommendations was already in train before the Inspector General released his report. That was because we, through the auditing process, received good visibility from him and his staff about what the issues of concern were to them. So we didn't wait. So this was activity that occurred, to repeat, between June 22 and February 23. The Inspector General reported in September 2024. As a diligent department, we didn't wait for that report. We used the ensuing period to lean in and start to address the issues that we knew he was going to formally raise. So by the time the Inspector General announced his report, we accepted all recommendations. And just to be clear, Senator, I did that constructively because it's the right thing to do, and we're already on a process of continuous improvement, and we wanted to keep doing it.
So you're confident that changes had been made prior to the opening of the last tender round that has just closed?
Which I just need you to be clear on which tender round you're talking about.
So the 70 gig tender that was opened this year?
This year's Lynn O'Connell, Deputy Secretary. That 70 gig tender closed mid-September, so that's one you're referring to.
Yes.
And yes, we've accepted the recommendations from the Inspector General, and we're happy to go through and talk through our implementation of them.
I just want to be clear, because that tender round closed in September, the Inspector General's audit report was published in September, but the Secretary's just said you were already implementing changes, so you're confident that when that tender round opened, you had already taken action that will satisfy the recommendations of the report.
Yeah, we will, yes.
Can I just say two things? Yes is the answer to your question, Senator. In two respects. One, because of all the activity that I've described to you that's happened over the 20 months since the period that I described. But secondly, again, my officials can give you evidence about this as well. All of the probity processes that we have put in place as well, built on those learnings for the procurement that you're talking about.
So, just a couple of examples from that audit report, and then that audit revealed at the time of the Bridging the Gap announcement, 25 out of 26 officials working on that announcement had failed to lodge a declaration of interest, and that in the whole branch, 17 out of 93 employees had also failed to complete conflict declarations in a timely manner. Has that been resolved? Had that been resolved prior to the opening of this year's tender round?
Morning, Senator. Ruth Wall, Division Head, Water Infrastructure and Investment Division. So I'll answer your question, which is yes, that was resolved, but I would like to step you through some of the actions that the department did take since the audit was undertaken and well and truly before the program, the 70 gigalitre program you're talking about, was opened in July, if that's okay.
Yes, please. Okay,
so I just, echo the Secretary's comments about, we really do welcome these findings, and we've accepted and that we have implemented and continue to implement improvements in our system to strengthen it. I would just like to just also put on record that it is a requirement of the Public Service Code of Conduct that all employees must handle all information or obtained or generated in connection with their APS with due care. This principle is central to all of our operations in undertaking our water purchase. We have reinforced this through our annual training programs and emphasised a risk-averse approach to information handling. In this context of these existing arrangements, we've institutionalised a number of new requirements. So in April 2024, we formalised the arrangements and a governance framework for water purchasing. This comprehensive framework addresses many of the issues identified in the audit and covers key areas such as probity, privacy, procurement principles, risks and record management. Ensures that our staff have a thorough understanding of relevant policies and procedures and their individual obligations. In regards to information management, one of the critical updates that we've undertaken includes a revision of our information management procedures with new controls to ensure robust information barriers and tight control access measures. So in response to the Inspector General's findings which related to one department system, which was our parliamentary system, so PDMS, you might be aware of that system, Senator. We've implemented new procedures and developed guidelines to instruct staff on how to implement new access controls for this system. We've also updated our training programs to include additional guidance on using information barriers when handling market-sensitive information. The The audit highlighted a key finding regarding the information barriers within PDMS, which I noted before. But I would like to stress that there were 6 documents stored in this system with potential sensitive information accessible to public servants within my division, rather than being just locked down to the branch that was doing the water purchase. I do want to let you know that the CHU, who is not part of the division, did not have access to this information. So that's really important because of the nature of who has access to sensitive information as they're making decisions in regards to their water program. So we have undertaken a review of who accessed those documents, and we did not identify that anyone who shouldn't have had access to access them.
But that's pleasing to hear. But someone who shouldn't have had access could. I think the point of the Inspector General was that someone who shouldn't have could have. So you've now rectified that.
We've rectified it, and we have also checked that no one did access other than the people that should have.
I want to pick you up on the training issue. Mm-hmm. You've got an annual training program, and I know most departments have, and a lot of it is, standard training across the departments. But when I read the audit report, you had a water compliance training session, which is good, really important, but only 22 of 26 staff directly involved in the Bridging the Gap tender attended, so it appears it wasn't mandatory. You also had a probity training seminar, which is good, but only 13 of the 26 staff attended that. Why so poor? Why was it not mandatory for staff who were going to be involved in a tender process to attend what I would consider fundamental training when dealing with such a sensitive... I mean, it's a $205 million tender, just that one alone.
Senator Malcolm Southwell, Acting Division Head of the Water Policy Division, but as you're aware, was involved in this at the time. We absolutely recognise that it's important that staff attend these training events. Part of the challenge, Senator, at the time was also keeping accurate records for us, and we've rectified that. And it is our expectation that all staff attend probity training and also the water compliance training session. And I think, as my colleague Ms Wall has outlined, we've put in place measures to ensure that we do, for all future procurements and current procurements, staff attend that, and we keep clear records of their attendance. And I just might ask my colleague Ms Solomon to add to that, who has looked after a number of the training elements.
Thanks. Emma Solomon, Branch Head, Water Markets and Regulatory Policy. I can just advise that, including February 2023, from that date, we've had 13 training sessions, 10 this year and 3 in 2023, and that has covered staff from the water purchasing team, the water reform task force, staff across all divisions, including staff who are involved in the AWEP, so the Aboriginal Water Entitlements Program. So we've been really broad in the kind of outreach for who we give the training to, and we've also updated the training as well.
My final question on the audit, because I think we all want to move on. We all want to make sure that the results have been heard and we move on. But I do want to ask, because the Inspector General highlighted in his response to me regarding the audit that he experienced a number of delays during fieldwork and reporting phases, including delays caused by the accessibility of auditees, the response to the audit and timely provision of information. Now, he said this morning that there was COVID involved in that, but have you and he made it quite clear that he didn't think it was malicious delays. But have you now put in place protocols so that future audits or future events like this don't experience the same delays?
Yes, Senator.
Senator, I'll take this. So what we've put in place is my expectations. The strongest possible expectations that my staff engage constructively with the Inspector General and his office, and I think I can comfortably say to you that is the posture we are already taking in relation to the ANAO report. We are already taking in relation to the early stages of the Northern Basin Toolkit report, and to be fair, Senator, I have to take that posture because I'd be a hypocrite if I wasn't. These are important reports that I want to learn from, so my expectation is my staff will engage strongly with them, and they do.
As a result of the audit, have any actions been taken against any staff?
None whatsoever.
Okay. Thank you.
Maybe we could just...
Yep, I'm on a different topic, so if you want to share...
well, maybe if you could just... Well, yeah, I'm just very conscious that we have the ACCC, but we only have them... we don't have them for the full time. So, but I'm not...
I don't have any questions.
You don't have any questions to them. Senator Roberts, you don't?
The ACCC,
do you have any questions?
Something... Where was it? Oh, I really only have a quick question, so we can ask them.
So I'm just conscious, I know that there's a desire to unpack the audit.
But if we're limited with the ACCC...
would we like to continue on this audit pathway, then take a break, and then have the ACCC answer questions first up after the tea break, just for clarity, and then we can let them go? Does that suit you, Senator Davey?
If you want, I'm happy to put my ACCC questions on notice, and then we can... I apologise for...
I would like to deeply thank...
We didn't think that we called them, so...
No, somebody did, even though we have encouraged, as many of you know, the ACCC comes in good faith, and we are very grateful.
And I appreciate their efforts to
be here. Yes, we do.
But,
thank you so much. But we may release you, and thank you for your attendance.
Thank you.
And we'll try even harder to not call you next time. Excellent.
Chair, I just
Senator
have
McLaughlin,
a couple of short questions on the audit, and it may allow the staff to move on from this unhappy chapter. In relation to the audit, as all audits do, find gaps in procedure. So this one's for you, the Secretary, but there's a difference between finding gaps in procedure and adverse consequences. Were there any adverse consequences because of the lack of procedures?
No.
I wanted to give you opportunity to make that clear, because it wasn't clear from your opening statement, and that's not a criticism.
I do appreciate that, and to be fair also to the Inspector General, the imperative of his evidence as well was to answer your question. No.
That's how I read it, but I wanted to give you that opportunity. One of your responses talks about a conflict of interest register for consultants, and I assume that's been rectified. Yep. Were there consultants that had conflicts of interest now that the register's been rectified?
I'll ask Ms O'Connell to deal with that.
So,
I mean, you can take that on notice. I'm not, I'm just interested who the consultants were, and did they raise conflicts when the register was rectified?
Senator Malcolm Southwell, I can take this question, and I apologise that I am running off memory, but all of the consultants that were engaged on the Bridging the Gap tender to advise us were required to complete the conflicts of interest declarations as part of their procurement process. There were no conflicts identified to the best of my recollection.
Great. That just followed on from my adverse consequences. I don't have anything further, Chair, on that topic.
Excellent. Well, we might go to Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. I'll ask the questions that I started asking of the Inspector General and was advised they're more appropriate for Murray-Darling Basin. The Oki Meatworks is 100% owned by NH Foods of Japan between mid-March and mid-June 2022, NH Foods released 175 millilitres of highly contaminated abattoir runoff into Oakey Creek, which flows into the Condamine Ballon system. The water release was 175 megalitres, massive. So a large body of water which was contaminated with ammonium nitrate at 102 milligrams per litre and E. coli at 14,000 mpns per 100 megalitres, where, as I'm sure you know, 100 megalitres is considered a high-risk concentration. The source of the water was a holding pond which was contaminated at the level of 460,000 mpns per 100 megalitres. For E. coli, an astronomical number, 151 milligrams per litre of ammonium nitrate, and phosphorus at 29 milligrams per litre. Taken together, the volume and the high concentration, the toxicity, these things are likely to cause a particularly large toxic blue-green algae outbreak, which was observed at the site prior to the release. The release occurred during heavy rain, which is why the concentration in the waterway was lower than in the dam. The timing of the release coincides with the blue-green algae outbreak in the Darling in July of 2023. My question is, are you aware of these facts already?
Senator Andrew McConville, Chief Executive of the Murray-Darling Basin Authority. Environmental regulation in Queensland, Senator, is the responsibility of the Department of Environment, Science and Innovation in the state. The MDBA doesn't have any compliance or regulatory functions in regard to the issues that you've raised. Issues regarding water quality in the Darling, yes, Dr Banks and I can talk in more detail in relation to some of those issues, but not in relation to this, Senator.
So the Queensland EPA did investigate?
I'm not in a position to comment, Senator.
It did not. That wasn't a question, Mr McConville. The Queensland EPA investigated, concluded a breach of Queensland environmental laws had occurred and a fine was issued. The maximum fine for this offence is $1.3 million per offence. The Queensland Government chose to fine the facility $13,500, 1% of the maximum. Local residents tell me that the abattoir, which has a long history of industrial accidents and fines, has a habit of building up pollutants in their holding dam and then releasing it under cover of heavy rain. Has the Murray-Darling Basin Authority or the department investigated the Oakey meat processing plant for sending pollutants into the Murray-Darling Basin?
Once again, Senator, I'd state the MDBA doesn't have any compliance or regulatory or investigative responsibilities. Those responsibilities would sit with regulatory agencies in Queensland, Senator.
So am I to interpret, Mr McConville, that you're saying nothing to look at here, or do you raise it and deal with it another way? What's your response? Did you know about it, and what's your response?
No, Senator, I didn't know about the specific instance, but we continue to engage on an ongoing basis with Queensland and indeed all other states on issues of water quality. We've been very engaged with Water New South Wales in relation to the issues of water quality in the Lower Darling in particular, but no, Senator, I've not been engaged on that issue in Queensland.
So what's your level of engagement with the Queensland Government and the Queensland EPA in particular?
Senator, we don't engage directly with there isn't an EPA in Queensland, Senator. It's the Department of Environment, Science and Innovation. We don't engage directly with them. We do engage on a very continuous and ongoing basis with the water agencies in Queensland as we look at all of the issues that relate to their responsibilities in implementing the Basin Plan.
Given your concern about the quality of the Darling River water, will you be engaging with the Queensland Water Authorities now? On this specifically?
I'm happy to have a conversation with them, Senator, but again, I would reinforce that we don't have any compliance or regulatory functions in relation to environmental incident management in Queensland.
Will you raise this with them as a concern?
I'm happy to have a conversation with them as I do on an ongoing basis, Senator.
Okay. Could you let us know when you do?
Certainly, Senator.
Minister, does $13,500 seem a fair fine for a foreign multinational food company? This is 175 megalitres of heavily contaminated water disposed into the connected basin for just $13,500. That's a very cheap way of getting rid of pollution. That's a bargain. Why do anything legally when you can just dump dangerous levels of pollution into the basin? Any thoughts on that?
Senator, the officials have explained to you that the Murray-Darling Basin arrangements respect the role of the states and territories in managing certain functions in terms of environmental management, but require coordination on other questions. The official has said to you that this is a question for the Queensland Government, and the fines that they levy, the approach they take to compliance and enforcement, that really is a job that they are responsible for. And we don't seek to take on every responsibility that exists for a state and territory. We respect the role of states and territories in managing their own affairs.
That's pleasing to hear in a way, Minister, because as you know, I believe in competitive federalism and as much power to the states as possible and limited central power. But who's concerned? It doesn't seem like anyone's concerned about the health of the Darling River.
Senator, everybody is interested in the health of the Murray-Darling Basin. That is
Queensland's not.
why... Well, Senator, I invite you to take that up with the Queensland Government.
So who's interested in the health of the Darling River?
Senator, you can ask any number of the officials here who spend a lot of time thinking about the health of the Darling, about the steps that are in place under the Murray-Darling Basin Plan to improve the health of the river systems within the basin.
Okay. I accept what is done. The purpose of sharing this is to bring to your attention and hopefully to support an undertaking that the Murray-Darling Basin Authority or the Department of the Environment will monitor runoff from the Oakey meatworks in a heavy rain event to prevent them from doing this again. Is that something that's reasonable?
Senator, again, we don't have a compliance or regulatory function, so it's not our task to monitor runoff from any particular site or facility. That would sit with the Queensland State Department. As I've said, Senator, I'm very happy to engage with Queensland and you know, make inquiries in that regard. But again, Senator, that function sits with the state environmental regulatory agencies.
Thank you, Mr. Condor. Will your inquiries include any request or suggestion that they actively monitor water releases from this abattoir?
Again, Senator, that is for the state authorities to determine how they would do that.
But would you hint to it or request it? They can tell you to go to hell, but...
Senator, I need to be very mindful of where my remit exists and where it doesn't. I'm very happy to engage with departmental officials in Queensland in relation to water quality generally. The specific response, again, would sit with the state departments.
Minister, there are 2 points that I'd like to raise. The second is the most important. The first one is I'll just mention it for completeness. The Queensland branch of the Australian Meat Industry Employees Union has made multiple donations to the Queensland ALP totalling $66,000. Across the period, the abattoir has been a really bad corporate citizen. Maybe there's something to do with the uncertain future of that meatworks as a factor imposing such a small fine. The second is directly a federal responsibility. The uncertainty of that meatworks has been increased dramatically by the PFAS contamination in the groundwater off Oakey Air Base. What is the government doing to manage and treat that PFAS contamination and prevent it growing?
Senator, a couple of things. First, as you've had explained to you on a number of occasions, we are not responsible for the Queensland Government, and we can't in this forum answer questions about the way that the Queensland Government executes its responsibilities. Clearly, this is the Australian Senate, and senators are here for the purpose of interrogating the expenditure of public money in this portfolio. We are simply not in a position to answer questions about the Queensland administrative arrangements. Secondly, you asked me about the adequacy of penalties. I will say that there is a bill in the Senate now to increase penalties from around $15 million in the Commonwealth's environmental legislation to $780 million, and that is legislation that you may vote for. I understand it's not your intention to do so, but we are actually trying to increase penalties in relation to offences that are relevant for the Australian Government. And thirdly, in relation to PFAS, I can tell you generally that the Australian Government agencies, particularly in defence, where there is a relationship between the use of PFAS in defence sites, is very engaged in this. The officials at this table aren't involved in those processes, but they may be able to assist you about any particular Murray-Darling Basin related matters, but I think you may have needed to ask that in another committee.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I've got some more questions. Can I continue?
You can continue for precisely 2 minutes, Senator Roberts, before we take our tea break.
How about if I come back, because I'd like to ask them as a whole. So we can have an early tea break or we can go to the coalition.
We will now break for morning tea and we will return at 11:15. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. We will now resume with the Murray-Darling Basin Plan cross-portfolio matters, and we'll go to Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. This covers a number of issues. In the last 12 months, how many overseas trips have been taken by the Murray-Darling Basin Authority members of the Murray-Darling Basin?
Thank you, Senator. So in the last 12 months, and I may have to also double check, but I believe 2 trips, Senator. One myself, I travelled to France for the International Network of Basin Organisations. International Network of Basin Organisations for their triennial General Assembly. And Tim Goods, Executive Director of Basin Plan, recently travelled to the United States Smith, Colorado River Basin, and a series of other meetings, and attend a course at Harvard University. I believe they're the only 2, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Colorado River Basin would be pretty significant.
Indeed, Senator.
Very. Could you please provide details, including cost?
I'll have to take that on notice, Senator.
Of course,
happy to.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. My staff would like to compliment your new system view page. Very well done.
Thank you, Senator.
It's excellent. So thank you. When will you be likely to add the measurement to sea flow to the barrages page?
I don't know off the top of my head, Senator. I'm happy to, again, take that on notice,
sure,
if I may.
Yep. South Australia's water data export for water of the barrages, which is, I believe, the sea flow totals around 2,200 gigalitres to sea in the last 12 months. Does that seem about right?
Again, Senator, I couldn't speculate, but I'm happy to come back to you in terms of data flows and information.
This is your data apparently, so just lay out for many pages and totalling 2,201, 600,000, 2,201, 2,201 gigalitres,
Senator,
which is a lot of water.
Yes.
From your new and excellent system view page, again, the value of the flow to South Australia over the last 12 months is 3,707 gigalitres. That's from your data, total there?
Yes.
Is that correct?
I wouldn't know off the top of my head, Senator, but I'm happy to confirm that.
Okay, thank you. What is the figure for South Australian flow to guarantee the health of the Murray River through South Australia? And how much must the 2C flow be to carry out the salt and other pollutants? Well, salt's not a pollutant. Salt and pollutants to keep the river healthy.
Senator, I might ask Jackie Hickey, our Director of River Operations, to come up and address those questions in regards to flows in the barrages, Senator, if I may.
Morning, Senator Roberts.
Morning.
Jackie Hickey, Executive Director of Murray-Darling Basin Authority. Can you just repeat your question for me again?
Sure. What is the figure for South Australian flow to guarantee the health of the Murray River through South Australia? And how much must the 2C flow be to carry out the salt and pollutants and to keep the river healthy? So we're after flow into South Australia and flow into the sea.
Yeah, thanks very much, Senator. So Chapter 8 of our Basin Plan does set out what we think the flow should be over the barrages, and if we can achieve that in a 3-year rolling average for 95% of the time, and that number is about 2,000 gigalitres per year over the barrages, with a minimum
200 gigalitres
per year on a 3-year rolling average for 95% of the time over the long term. So that's set out in the Basin Plan. And then just regarding...
Whereabouts is it again?
That is in Chapter 8, Section 8.13.
8.13, thank you.
And then regarding your questions that have flows recently to South Australia, so in terms of the 2023-24 water year, the total flow across the SA border was 7,780 gigalitres. and of that 5,470 gigalitres went across the barrages.
That's over what period?
The 23-24 water year.
1 year?
Yep.
Of the floods.
Coming off some wet periods, yeah.
Okay, now my understanding is that during the last drought, in the debate about the water flows, around about 2019, the figure as to how much is needed to go out to sea to discharge pollutants and salt was about 800 to 1,000 gigalitres. Is that roughly correct?
I'd have to take that one on notice. I don't have with me the figures, the long-term figures for barrage releases.
Okay, thank you. And over the border flows target is about 4,000 gigalitres. That's the top end. Is that about right?
It varies from year to year. The flow to South Australia, as you know, is made up of the SA entitlement flow, which is the consumptive entitlement and the dilution and loss. That's what we have to provide.
That's domestic and irrigators?
It is, yes. It does include it's South Australia's state entitlement, so that includes some water for local environmental uses, and then we also provide environmental water that's been delivered through the system. When additional dilution flows is triggered, then that is also provided if that is not already met through unregulated flows, and then any trade to or from South Australia provides a net adjustment of the total flow across the SA border.
The message I get from you is that it's not simple, it's complex, it's got other factors. But I'm trying to simplify it in a sense. I don't want to mislead anyone, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but my understanding is that the annual inflow to the Murray-Darling Basin is about 12,000 gigalitres. And South Australia gets about a third of that, which is 4,000 gigalitres.
I can't answer those numbers, sorry, Senator. I don't have the analysis in front of me.
South Australia is only 1/4 of the basin, so it seems to me that South Australia is getting plenty of water. Now,
said the Queenslander.
My understanding is that during the last drought, as I said, around about 2019, the debate was around a need in South Australia to discharge to the sea 800 to 1,000 gigalitres. We're sending down 2,201 gigalitres to sea. Why are we wasting water? And now the government wants another 450 gigalitres when you have more than enough, Minister.
Senator, I think that your question misunderstands quite a lot about the way the water arrangements work in the basin. So the goal of the Murray-Darling Basin Plan is to generate a healthy, working river and to support farming activities, the communities and the natural environment within the basin area. So your approach looks at a single metric, the amount of water flowing over the barrages, and it makes an assumption that water flowing in the end of the system represents a waste. That's not the way that the scientists tell us that we should manage water in the system. We've got broader goals. We want to see healthy rivers right across the basin, including in the north of the basin. We want to make sure that the systems aren't over-allocated so that irrigators and water users have certainty about what they can use each year. But we also want to make sure that we're not extracting more water out of those systems than can be sustained in the long term from an environmental perspective. Because the truth is that communities and agriculturalists and environmentalists all actually need us to return to some kind of sustainable take out of that system.
Yep, thank you. Just looking at the figures that Mr McConville, that I shared with Mr McConville from the Murray-Darling Basin Authority's own data, the flow into South Australia last 12 months, was 3,800 gigalitres, just under 3,777 gigalitres. The flow out of South Australia into the sea is 2,200 gigalitres. So that's about 1,600 gigalitres consumed in South Australia. So that's town water and irrigation is about 400. That leaves about 1,200 for river seepage and evaporation of the lower lakes. That seems like a lot.
I can take that question, Senator, and it would be good maybe we can issue you with some updated numbers. What happens is when we do get the information from our flow recording sites across the basin, every now and then we do hydrometric updates, and so we do find that there are some adjustments to those figures. So you're talking about the 23-24 water year?
I'm talking about the last 12 months.
Yep, okay. So I've only got it per water year. The flow into South Australia minus the amount that's used for irrigation purposes aligned with South Australians' allocation. Then there is additional inflows that come into the lower part of the River Murray from other small tributary inflows as well.
Is that from the southeast?
No, that is from Mount Lofty Ranges and sort of other local catchment areas. Obviously, when the lakes are higher, there is more evaporation loss, but wind and temperature do play a big factor in evaporation losses at the lakes.
Senator Roberts, we're going to need to rotate the call.
Thank you, Chair. That's the end of my questions.
Oh, okay. Senator Davey.
Thank you. I will move away from the MDBA for a little time just to keep things interesting. I want to ask about the National Water Agreement draft, National Water Agreement that we are, or where we're at. When was drafting of this agreement? When did it start? When did the process start? I know it was one of the key 5-point commitments of the government prior to the election in 2022. So,
Senator, it's got a long history. As you're probably aware, the original agreement was 2004 and it was called the National Water Initiative. And it was actually a Productivity Commission review report in 2017 that recommended that that agreement be refreshed. So that was 2017. That the Productivity Commission recommended it be refreshed. And basically work started then in terms of work by officials across Commonwealth and state to look at the agreement and start the work to refresh it. Where we're up to now is that in August, at the beginning of this year, we produced several consultation documents on it. So there's been 3 rounds of consultation. The last one was a product we produced in August of this year. We've had some extensive feedback on that, and we're in the process of taking account of all of that feedback.
Now, we've heard that the government is very keen to have this signed off by the end of the year, signed off by all state governments by the end of the year. Given the feedback you've had since the publication of the August draft document, do you think that it's still on track to be agreed by all state governments by the end of this year?
Senator, I'm not in a position to say when it's being agreed. We're taking account of all of the comments and feedback that we've had on the document, and we'll be publishing a revised version to take account of those comments and feedback.
And when would we expect to see that publication of the revised version?
I would say soon, Senator.
Okay. So, given it needs to be signed off by all states, does that require a meeting of the not the Ministerial Council, all jurisdictional water ministers?
No, Senator. The way that these agreements are traditionally done is basically not all people sign on exactly at the same date and the same time. So, jurisdictions will sign on as and when they've gone through their processes of necessary approvals.
It's fair to say the Productivity Commission's feedback on the August discussion paper was quite robust, to be polite. And I note in the Productivity Commission's 2021 advice regarding proposed architecture of a new national water agreement, their proposal was to really sort of ratchet it down into overarching principles, key elements and agreed outcomes. How did we then end up with a document that had 173 principles under 62 outcomes? Like, from my reading, the Productivity Commission recommended a keep it simple, and we've got anything but.
Yep.
Senator, I can take this question, Malcolm Southwell. Senator, as Ms O'Connell has said, the August version that was put out was a consultation draft of the objectives and principles that wanted to do a couple of things, which included pick up the important elements from the 2004 National Water Initiative and, like the PC said, build on that to include objectives and principles around climate change and its impact on water resources and First Nations. We are taking the feedback from that August version now, and we have also heard the feedback from the Productivity Commission. We actually agree with a number of points that the PC made. The key things are that in taking through that feedback that we heard, we will retain the important reforms that were done in 2004. The agreement will be simpler, clearer and shorter, and that's what we're dealing with in the feedback now. Simpler, clearer and shorter.
Yes, and so, Senator, there'll be fewer principles in the next version, so yes.
And I asked the Inspector General about it in terms of from his responsibilities under his agency having oversight of intergovernmental agreements, which this will become once it's signed on by all jurisdictions. And with the view of, when you're looking at the principles, whether they're practical, implementable and enforceable, are we running that lens over the 173 principles that you're now wading through to?
Yes, Senator. We're putting that lens across it to ensure that those principles are clear, they're short, they're concise, they're able to be implemented. We are working with states and territories through the National Water Committee. We are cognizant of the importance of independent review. The agreement will have a requirement there for annual reporting, which is part of the transparency elements. It'll also retain that element of independent reporting every 3 years that the Productivity Commission currently does.
One of the key principles of the National Water Initiative was a pricing principle and the requirement that states needed to basically recover costs of running and managing systems. I can't really see that in the August document, but what has been raised with me is alarm by a lot of stakeholders that implementing some of the principles that were identified in the August document would increase the costs of water management and operations. Has any consideration been given to that flow-on impact of potential changes to the NWA?
I think it's important, Senator, to reinforce that this is picking up the important water reforms that were made in 2004. We're not losing any of those important reforms. We're retaining the pricing elements. We're adding some flexibility around that, recognising for remote communities, small communities, that cost recovery isn't always practical, and it adds additional clarity around the requirements around when cost recovery is needed, including the principle of full transparency in any subsidies that are made.
Another question that's been raised with me, one of the principles in the document involves recognising a river as a living entity, which in other countries has led to it having sort of legal personhood status. Is this just an open invitation for environmental lawfare?
Senator, I think it's, again, important to put on the record that the Productivity Commission, through its 3 reviews in 2017, 21 and 24, in all cases called for an elevation of and recognition of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders' water rights. Through the draft that we consulted in August, it did include some clauses around that. We will review those as we put forward a revised draft. It is not the intent that that changes any legal frameworks.
So we won't see, which we've seen in other countries, where a committee is created to be the sort of representative person for legal...
Sorry, Senator, can you...
So in some other countries there where legal personhood status has been declared, committees are set up to be the responsible...
yeah, thanks.
Custodians.
My colleague Cheryl just to jump in, but the Senator, the implementation of the agreement is up to each jurisdiction, to be frank. But as I said, it is not the intent that this changes the legal frameworks around water management.
I think one of the things there, though, is while yes, the implementation is up to the state jurisdictions, one of the concerns that's raised is once the states sign on to this, the implication there is that they will then implement it, and if someone decides that they don't believe the state is doing enough to implement it and to recognise a river as a living entity with legal personhood status, then what are the chances that someone takes it to court? This is... the concern is that we will end up getting wrapped up in environmental lawfare over issues because states have innocently signed on to an agreement and then don't follow through to implement it the way other people may have interpreted implementation should look.
Yeah, thanks. One, Cheryl Hedges, Walbunja woman, and I head up the First Nations water branch in the department. So living entities from an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander perspective is really how Aboriginal people see our spiritual and our cultural obligations and that reciprocal relationship that we have with waters. And so this is really about basing living entities on our beliefs, Aboriginal people beliefs, and it doesn't provide a legal personhood by having that within this NWA. What it is doing is recognising the cultural and spiritual values that we put towards living entities. And so acknowledging rivers as a living entity within the National Water Agreement, it doesn't have any legal enforceable rights or obligations under Australian law. We are providing a definition of legal entities in the NWA, which will go towards explaining that a bit further as well.
So there will be a definition.
So, Senator, that's one of the areas that was raised in terms of consultation. We're taking that feedback on board and it will be clearer.
Because there's also a lot in this document about free, prior and informed consent, and I understand that that is, you know, a UN DRIP acknowledged process, and that's all good. It's just how it works in practice. We have recently seen the issue at the McPhillamys gold mine where free, prior and informed consent was sought through the New South Wales Aboriginal Heritage Act, and approvals were granted, and then through the Federal Act a Section 10 declaration was made because of a different group's position. So some would go, well, free, prior and informed consent was sought across the board from all parties involved, and through one process, one party's position was accepted, and through another process, a separate party's position, two opposing positions. The concern is that when you've got the Murray-Darling Basin, you've got 50 nations, and you've got within those nations different groups as well. How do we ensure that we are giving due respect to the process, to the free, prior and informed consent, but also landing in the right place and seeing progress rather than inhibition?
Senator Davey, can I offer a headline response, and then I'll ask officials to talk you through the work that's going on in this particular agreement. The thing I simply wanted to observe is that you characterised the sequence of events and the regulatory processes that were undertaken in relation to the McPhillamys decision in a particular way. I don't think that's the way we would characterise what occurred. In relation, and I understand some of these questions were ventilated and explored earlier in the week when the relevant officials were here, and I wouldn't intend that you and I have a second conversation about that unless, because we just don't have the officials here. However, I think Ms O'Connell and her team are able to talk to you about some of the feedback that we've received from First Nations communities about the approach that we might take, but also some of the feedback we hear from other water users and system participants who can talk to you about how they think about these questions. So I really just wanted to draw a bit of a line under your preamble around McPhillamys, because this really isn't the place to discuss that.
Well, just to make it clear, I was only using that as an example.
I understand.
Not to actually interrogate that issue any further.
Very good.
So...
Yeah, I was just going to say, Senator, that free, prior, informed consent doesn't really trump anybody else's right to have decisions that affect themselves. It's about offering the opportunity for First Nations people to make decisions about matters that impact upon them. So in relation to the National Water Agreement, anything to do with free, prior, informed consent is really not a right of veto against other things, and I think that's really important to capture, because it's about having information available for First Nations people for what they want to be able to make decisions that impact upon their life.
Senator Davis, you are running out of time here.
I am happy to...
rotate?
I'm happy to rotate because I've pretty much got to the end of that one.
We'll go to Senator McLaughlin because he does have a question on this topic.
Just a question on this topic. I'm very familiar culturally and quite attracted to the idea of the river being a personality in its own right, consistent with my own cultural upbringing. Are there, you may not be able to answer this, we'll take it on notice. Are there any models where the approach of river management comes from the river as the river itself first as a legal personality? Because I'm searching and it's a slightly different approach, and then other regulatory matters hang off that.
Yeah, there is in New Zealand.
Right.
Which is where it does have that legal personhood, and it does create a right for the river to talk across itself. And I think, as the Senator mentioned before, there is the Yarra River, which has committees established, but that is a legal entity down there. Yes. As far as I know, within Australia, there isn't that put forward in that respect.
If there are any readings that come across your desk of a public nature, I'd appreciate if you forward them.
Yep, happy to share.
Great. Senator Diamond.
Thank you. My questions are for the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder. So I understand that 450 gigalitre is subject of some controversy, and that it won't achieve environmental outcomes. I was wondering, in your view, what's your view in terms of the additional water into your portfolio to help flush salt from the basin and reduce salinity in the Kurong and lower lakes?
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Simon Banks, Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder. Look, in terms of the 450 framework, that's a matter for my colleagues. But in terms of environmental outcomes, what I can sort of talk about is what we've done with the existing water that we've been managing. And for example, the conversation earlier around flows into South Australia. We had over 1,000 gigalitres of environmental water that flowed into South Australia last water year, and that was to the benefit of native fish, but also importantly to keep those salinity levels lower in the Kurong, and also the flushing of salt. And it is really important that we continue to flush salt out of the system. In terms of whatever's recovered under the 450 gigalitre recovery program, that will entitle the Commonwealth's water holdings to a greater share of water in any particular year, and we'll continue to do what we currently do, which is plan for the use of that water carefully, thinking through the demands. It depends on the conditions, how much water we actually have available, which is all subject to state allocation frameworks, and then we'll achieve good outcomes as a result of whatever water we have in a particular year. And we've had a science program that's been running for 10 years that has demonstrated the sort of outcomes that we can achieve from the use of Commonwealth environmental water, and that includes the amount of salt, estimates of the amount of salt that we export from the system each year. We've also been able to demonstrate that we've been able to induce our native fish to move, breed, build their condition, which helps them, ensures that they're in a better condition, for breeding and movement. I think in relation to the lower end, I think it's also when, there's over the last couple of years, we've seen a sort of fair level of water within the system. I think it's as we start to head into dry conditions, and certainly in getting out and around the basin, my observations are there's been a lot less rain in many parts of the basin, so it is drying. And I think in the southern end of the system, down in the lower lakes, similar sort of thing. That area has been, it looks like it's drying. During those dry years, when we need a greater share of water to ensure that critical thresholds are achieved, is really important. And that's as an example, between 2014 and 2021, 4 out of the 7 years in that period, it was the lake levels were reliant on Commonwealth environmental water, holding them above a critical threshold. So obviously, if we've got additional share of the water, that enables us to make sure that we can maintain the lakes above those critical thresholds. And I think we only need to go back to the Millennium Drought, where we know what happens down in the lower lakes when the lakes do drop below those critical thresholds. That's just one example, and there's another one which, and again, Senator Roberts was referring to sort of water going out to the sea. There was a period during that 2014 to 2021 where Commonwealth environmental water was critical to maintaining the barrages open, and that provides for fish movement, but is also critically important for exporting salt.
Thank you. You did cover off some of the specifics that I was going to ask about. But I wondered perhaps some others that I might ask about in terms of, I don't know if this is informed by your science program, how additional water would support things like water bird breeding. I think you did talk about native fish. And the other one was the internationally significant Ramsar wetlands and waterways.
Yep. Again, Senator, I think whatever water comes through the water recovery programs means that I would receive a greater share of the water available, and that will be important in those particularly in those dry times. And that's to support water birds in terms of provision of habitat, again for them to forage, but it's also just about building the health of the wetland systems, and that goes to some of our important, internationally important Ramsar sites like the Macquarie Marshes. The Kurong and Lower Lakes are also an internationally important Ramsar site, which I referred to earlier in terms of what we've achieved down there. But that share of water will be critical, and I think it's looking through a lens where there's been water, sort of perhaps plenty of water in the last couple of years has been good, but it's when we get into those medium and dry years where our role really does kick in importantly to maintain the sort of critical core areas of our Ramsar sites, or just providing habitat for water birds. There's also other things like provision of connectivity down the river system. Again, in those dry years, we see, you know, the rivers can dry back to a series of pools, and if we've got water available, then we're able to use our water to connect those pools up, freshen them up, which is good for native fish. But I think it's also, you know, really important for basin communities as well.
Yeah. And Senator, this goes to the discussion Senator Roberts was initiating earlier. The metric for success in the Murray-Darling Basin isn't simply the amount of money that passes 2C at the end of the system. It's also about our ability to apply water to all of the kinds of places that Dr. Banks is speaking to you about. So thinking about, you know, big wetland systems in the northern part of the basin, thinking about connectivity, thinking about protecting and supporting places where fish and birds, you know, and other kinds of reptiles breed. This is about the biodiversity right across the basin, but also about having healthy rivers that can sustain agricultural activity right across the basin too.
Yeah, so I mean, in terms of environmental outcomes, if the proposed 450 program is delivered in full, are you confident that we can achieve the things that you've just kind of outlined and talked about?
Senator, yes, I think it will provide us, as I've said, it will provide us a greater share of water in any particular year, which means that we've got better capability to be able to deliver the outcomes and those enhanced environmental outcomes that are articulated in the Act. So yes, absolutely, and a sort of maybe a small example, but a good example is the southern bell frog, which is a nationally vulnerable species. You know, we've prior to the recent floods, you know, due to Commonwealth environmental water as well as state-held environmental water, we've seen that species recover in the Murrumbidgee to its former range, which is fantastic. And then the floods have come, and then that species has extended its range. But again, when we move into droughts, we expect that will contract. But if we've got water that we hold and subject to the conditions at the time, it means that we can ensure that those sort of key refuge areas are well protected.
So it's not just relying on rice fields anymore?
No.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Ruston.
Oh, thank you. Can I just ask some quick questions about an update about water purchases?
Yes, Senator.
That's you, Ms O'Connell. So how oversubscribed was the first round?
Sorry, Senator?
How oversubscribed?
Senator, are you talking about the Bridging the Gap purchase or the 70 gigalitre tender that's closed in September?
No, I'm going to ask you about that one in a minute. No, the Bridging the Gap.
The Bridging the Gap?
Yep.
So, Senator, Senator, just Ruth Wall, Head of Division, Water Infrastructure Investment Division. Sorry about that.
So first of all, what did you go out looking for? Was it 40?
Sorry, I didn't hear your question.
What did you go out, like when you went for the recent, the Bridging the Gap water purchase, what was the quantity of water that you were looking for in that?
So we were after 46 gigalitres of surface water and 32 gigalitres of groundwater.
Okay.
3.2, sorry.
Yes, I was going to say, where are you going to find 32 gigalitres of groundwater?
Yep.
So when you, after you've gone out for tender, what quantum of water came back in terms of those that were prepared to sell?
We received 251 responses,
Yes.
and those responses were offering 90 gigalitres, approximately 90 gigalitres across the 6 catchments.
Okay, and eventually what did you accept? Did you find it, the whole 46?
Around 26 gigalitres was purchased from willing sellers.
Okay, and I assume that was because of a price cap. Those were the ones that were offering it at a price?
Senator, it is more that we undertake a value for money assessment. So, and that value for money assessment determines if the water that is being offered is value for money for the Australian government.
Okay. When you say value for money for the Australian government, I mean, obviously you're talking about a long-term average yield when you're buying the water. So what other elements would be considered in the value for money assessment as opposed outside of the actual value of the water itself?
So as set out in our tender documentation, Senator, we take into consideration the contribution to the Basin Plan. We take into consideration the environmental utility of the water, and we also take into consideration market costs and other financial factors.
Okay. So can I take it from that there was not a uniform price for the water? So I'm assuming you pay per megalitre, that some megalitres were at different prices once you've actually turned them into an equivalent product?
So it was an open competitive tender, so applicants could put in a price that they were after. So yes, of course you would see variations in prices being offered.
What was the total amount the government spent on the 26 gigalitres?
It's approximately 180 million.
180.
Which is basically an average of 4.3 per megalitre.
4.3, 4,300 per megalitre. Okay, can you give us the top and bottom prices?
I'll just see if I've got that, or my colleague here may have it. And also, I think, Senator, it's really important to note that it was across a number of catchments.
Yes, understand. I'm just sort of trying to get an understanding of
let me just see if I've got that level of
Yep.
detail in my notes.
Okay. So I'm just interested in terms of that 26 gigalitres. Have you got a map or something that would actually show you the amount of water that was taken out of each of those catchments?
Yeah, so not a map, but on our website
Yep,
we have
okay.
quite a lot of detail in regards to the volumes offered by catchment, and also the average price for
volumes offered or volumes purchased?
Both.
Both? Okay, great, thank you. And so has the department or the MDBA done any modelling on the economic impact on the communities that the water has come from, about what the permanent removal of that water is going to do to production within those communities?
So, Senator, I'll wait for a colleague. So we've done a lot of work in regards to economic impact as part of the 450 and also the work that's been done on the Act that's gone through.
Yeah, I think
but in regards to have we done economic activity on the specific purchases that we for bridging the gap, no, we haven't.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to understand is if you have X amount of water coming out of a community, because I mean clearly these are being sold in parcels, do you actually, you made some comment about the value for money, and you told me that there was contribution to the Basin Plan, the environmental utility of the water market and other costs are also considered as well as the actual cost of the water itself. In nowhere did you make a comment that you considered the impact on the community from which the water was removed as one of the determining factors as to your decisions around purchasing that water. Well, obviously you can't because you haven't done it. Yeah. So I'm just sort of considering, I'm just trying to understand what the motivation is here that we would not regard the economic impact on that particular community of the water?
So, Senator, the Bridging the Gap was bridging SDLs that have a long history, and so that sort of work was undertaken.
I know exactly what they are. I'm just understanding that you gave a series of things that you considered in determining whether you would accept an offer that had been put forward to purchase. And it appears as if the one thing that I think I have been saying for the last 40 years since we started talking about water reform is we need to consider the impact on the individual community.
Yes.
And yet we don't seem to have done that here. And I'm just interested, is it an omission by accident or is it an omission by purpose?
No, Senator, it's where it's taken into account in the overarching framework. So I'll ask Malcolm Southwell to speak to that.
Thanks, Mr. Southwell.
A couple of things to put on the record, Senator, and I do recall that we did deal with these questions at last estimates around bridging the gap. But the bridging the gap relates to sustainable diversion limits. The economic component of that was considered as part of the Basin Plan in 2012. There's a long-standing targets. It's different to the 450. And as I think I've given previous evidence, it is impractical, to consider individual socioeconomic impacts at an individual purchasing decision level. It is considered at a program level, but the economic components of bridging the gap relates back to the SDLs, which was considered as part of the regulatory impact statement for the 2012 Basin Plan.
So it is taken into account, Senator, not at the point of purchasing from person X or person Y, but before that.
I think it's important to contrast that with obviously the target around 450, which does require the Minister to consider the socioeconomic impacts before approving a purchase program for the 450 program.
Okay, so how do you provide the Minister with the advice around the socioeconomic impacts of a water purchase if you haven't actually modelled the impact of that purchase in the community?
I think the point that the official is making to you, Senator, is that in the case of the sustainable diversion limits, they were set some time ago, and the consideration of the impacts of all of those decisions that were adopted in the Basin Plan was undertaken at that time. These are very long-standing targets which your government also supported, as I understood it. You just didn't make very much progress on them.
Senator McAllister, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but you clearly aren't understanding the question that I'm asking here. I'm asking about the impact on communities. The 450 gigalitres is a completely... We're talking about bridging the gap here, no, we're talking about the 450 gigalitres, by the way. Individual communities have been crying out throughout this whole process to make sure that their impact was taken into consideration. And clearly, if you are to ask the Minister to take that into consideration, you need to know what it is. So that is my question. If you don't model it, how can you give that Minister that advice?
Sorry, Phil Coates, Branch Head, Water Policy Division, Economics, Evidence and Engagement. So that advice for consideration of socioeconomic impacts, as my colleagues have said, is in relation to the 450 gigalitre program. Now, if we're talking in the context of bridging the gap and the overall Basin Plan, there's been a range of reviews and assessments of impacts since 2012, subsequent to the regulation impact statement that was done at the time. The Department has released an addendum to the regulation impact statement, which draws upon multiple lines of evidence on impacts on communities. And a key input to that was the independent Sefton review into social and economic conditions in the basin that was conducted.
So Mr Southwell, you said, I don't know, was Mr Southwell, maybe it's Ms O'Connell, said that you don't do it at an individual purchase level. What is the level that you would do it to? Like, have you done any socioeconomic impact analysis of this 26 gigalitres? Or are we still relying on the
Not
decision?
for the 26 gigalitres for bridging the gap, but the reason why it's what will be more meaningful for those communities would be the cumulative impact of water recovery under the Basin Plan, and that's what was assessed through the regulation impact statement, the addendum that was completed to that, and the Sefton review, amongst others.
Okay, well, I will remain completely unconvinced. You've just recently gone out for expressions for another round of water. Is that correct?
That's
Yes,
correct.
Senator, yes, for the 450 gigalitres. So if you're talking about the recent tender that was has closed in mid-September for 70 gigalitres. And I just want to also point out that as well as the voluntary water purchase tender, there's also a infrastructure program open and available. And a number of projects have been approved under that infrastructure program that will go to, gigalitres delivered to the 450.
Sure. So first, you've got 26 of the 46 plus the 3.2 that you needed to. I'm assuming that would have finished your bridging the gap water. That was what was remaining in bridging the gap, the 46 plus the 3.2.
40.
So, Senator, sorry for a confusion. So you're talking about...
No, sorry, I've gone back to my previous questioning. Ignore the 70 for the time being.
Yep.
So of the 40, you went out for 46 and 3.2. You bought 26. Is that correct?
Yes,
Yep.
that's correct.
And was the 46 plus the 3.2 what was remaining to bridge the gap? If you'd been successful in getting the whole 40...
So to be successful to bridge the gap, we were after 49.2.
Yeah, which is what you went out for?
Yes.
And you took 26. Well, you got 26, so we're still sitting with 20,
we still
23.2.
have gaps
Yep.
to bridge.
Yeah, but that hasn't gone out for tender yet.
Yes, there is a tender open at the moment.
Saw that.
For not all of it, Senator. We have tenders open in the New South Wales borders rivers and also the Condom Ballon.
Okay, and when is that due to close?
That is due to close on the 13th of November.
Okay, so not too far away. Okay, sorry, I jumped around a bit there.
Can I just clarify though, you said that's not for all of it. Where are the remaining gaps?
Yep, I can run you through where all the gaps are.
Christine McRae, branch head for water recovery. I can take you through those at the moment. So in the Condamine, Ballon and the border rivers, we do have that tender currently open. However, we still have gaps remaining. This is on our website as well. We have gaps remaining in the New South Wales Barwon-Darling, in the New South Wales Namoy, and we also have a gap remaining in the Condamine, Ballon groundwater, which we are not currently to tender for.
Is there a reason why the tenders haven't been opened in those areas?
Yes, there is, Senator. So in our addendum to our trading strategy for bridging the gap, which we released earlier this year, we talk to the recent water resource plan accreditation process that's undergoing in New South Wales, indicating that particularly in the Barwon-Darling and the Namoy, those water resource plans may lead to a change in long-term diversion limit equivalents, which may then lead to a change in the gap. We haven't received advice on the nature of that change, and so the decision was taken that we would wait to approach the market until that information was provided.
Okay, sorry about that.
No, that's right. No, fine. So back to the 70 gigalitres that's open at the moment. Where is the money for that water purchase currently held? Coming from the WESA?
Yes, I can take that if you wish. Yes, that's currently coming from the Water for the Environment Special Account, yes.
Okay. And how much is in that account at the moment?
Oh, I don't have that information to hand, but I believe one of my colleagues may do.
Okay, thanks. Yes.
Senator, the total amount of money that are available for water purchase is not for publication, so that we don't skew the market in terms of commercial.
But surely this is I mean, we knew what was in the WESA to start with. Isn't that a matter of public record and finance statements? I'm not asking you how much you're going to use of it. I'm just asking you how much is in the account.
In terms of the water,
Yeah. So what's actually in the WESA order?
Yeah, I'll just ask my colleague to talk to that.
Senator, would you mind speaking up just the tiniest bit, or maybe pointing your microphone
Okay. Yeah. No. That's better. Just wondering what was actually in the account. I wasn't asking you how much of that account you were going to spend, which I understand would be commercially probably somewhat silly. But yeah, just how much money is still remaining in that account?
Yeah, so Senator Llewellyn Martin, Branch Head, Water Infrastructure and Investment Division. So as at 30 June 2024, the balance of the account was 1.327 billion.
1.327 billion. Okay.
Yeah, and that's reflected in the department's financial statements.
Okay, yep. All right. So once again, as in the process of seeking this money, what modelling is being considered within the decision-making process for this water around the impacts on communities, if any?
So Senator,
playing musical chairs here.
I'd also say that some of the legislative changes put in place at the end of last calendar year set out some new obligations in terms of statements around socioeconomic impacts. So we're happy to take you through those, and also that information is available publicly.
Didn't they weaken them?
Yep, I can pick up on that.
Thanks, Mr. Coates.
There's the advice on considerations for socioeconomic impacts has been published online. That was provided ahead of the approval of the 70 gigalitre program. That drew on a number of sources, but new modelling was commissioned from ABARES to support the consideration of that impact, and that looked at both impacts on the irrigated agriculture sector as a result of further water recovery in the Southern Basin, and we also commissioned an additional piece of research which updated work from the 2012 Basin Plan Regulation Impact Statement, looking at the relative exposure of different communities across the basin to socioeconomic impacts from further water recovery.
So there will be transparency in terms of the purchase as to the consideration of those economic impacts in the community. Because I mean, I'm just thinking, you know, if you took a significant amount of water out of a community, it's going to have a completely different impact than if you took a little bit here, there, and everywhere. But equally, they're both going to have an impact. But will that be transparent, like what consideration has been taken in that decision making when you've...
Yes, Senator, and it is. And we can...
It's available, yeah. We can.
It's available, it's on the website.
No. When you make the decision, so we've got community X here that's had 8 gigalitres of water taken out of it. Will it be transparent as to what consideration was given to that in relation to the economic impact on that community? Not just the broad, we need to take that into consideration. Will that the impact on that community, I mean, I agree you can't go down to the actual individual level, but surely if you're taking a significant amount of money, water out of a community, you will consider the individual impact on that community, not just...
After the fact, once that's rolled through.
It will be transparent? The community will know?
Well, what the modelling we've commissioned from ABARES does is use a Southern Basin trade model, and that picks up the fact that irrespective of where precisely water trade may happen, that might not exactly match up with the impact, because you're going to have the impacts of water trade across the Southern Connected Basin. Some who participate in a voluntary water purchase program will continue their operations, may rescale or adapt, some may cease. So it isn't as simple as saying precisely where that sale or that purchase has occurred will be the impact, but obviously there'll be transparency after the fact as to what the procurement process has resulted in, and the requirements for socioeconomic consideration under the Act are ongoing. So there's an annual reporting requirement and a requirement to provide for consideration of socioeconomic impacts before any further voluntary water purchase program, and that will pick up the what's happened to date, as well as...
It's sort of somewhat a little bit late after the damage has been done. I accept the fact you won't do any more damage, but it's a bit late after the damage is done.
There's new statutory obligations, and that's what we're complying with and have done so prior to opening the tender. So there is information out there now on the socioeconomic in relation to that specific tender, and there are further obligations, as Mr Coates outlined.
And so I'd also add that's why we're taking a considered staged approach to purchasing. So that
are you still required that there is no socioeconomic detriment, or is that gone?
That still applies to infrastructure projects.
No, what about the 450?
For voluntary water purchase.
No.
Sorry,
450.
Allow the witness to answer. I understand. Perhaps Senator Ruston could clarify her question, and then she could allow the witness to answer without interrupting him, because there was a significant debate in the Senate chamber. I think you were there, and Senator Ruston, we were there together, and we talked a lot about this particular issue. The official can talk you through it in detail, but maybe you could clarify what you want to ask, and then he could answer without interruption.
Were you previously a school teacher? My question was, are you still required to consider, or required for no socioeconomic socioeconomic detrimental impact in the purchase of the 450?
The framework for delivering the 450 refers to 3 guiding principles, so achieving value for money, minimising socioeconomic impact, and achieving enhanced environmental outcomes. So that test that was in the legislation, which previously applied for voluntary water purchase, doesn't apply in the same way now under the new legislation, but that's why we have the principle for minimising socioeconomic impacts and the protections around that, which includes the provision of funding for community adjustment assistance associated with the program.
To add, Senator, that as part of the program of the 450 and the delivery of that target, there are 3 key components. There's the infrastructure component, there's water purchase, and the Sustainable Communities program.
Yep, sure, thank you. Okay, could I just ask, probably will be you, Dr. Banks, there was a media release from the South Australian Water Minister that was reasonably recently, just in the last week or so, or 2 weeks. And in the release, it says it talks about 1,650 gigalitres of water going across the South Australian border last year. And in it says the water was provided by a range of water holders. Oh, sorry, I should say 1,650 gigalitres of environmental water. And it then says in the press release that the water was provided by a range of water holders, most notably the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder and the Living Murray program. And I'm just keen to understand, are you aware, or is the department aware, what that 1,650 gigalitres was made up of? How much was Commonwealth Environmental Chew water? How much was Living Murray water? And what were the range of water holders that made up the remainder of it?
Thank you, Senator. So I know how much Commonwealth water was part of that, which was about 1,090 gigalitres of that 1,650. I don't know how much was from TLM or other environmental water holders. So it could be the Victorian Environmental Water Holder, for example. There might be return flows, because a large portion of the water that does contribute to that volume is what we call return flows, which is water that's been used in a local sense in the Goulburn River, for example, or the Murrumbidgee, and then it's recognised and protected down the system to contribute to the flows in South Australia.
Okay, so 1,090. So how much water have you currently got available for environmental flows, and how much did you use in that year?
So how much we've got available?
How much did you have available in the 24 year?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'll have to. I might have to take that on notice. How much we had available last year? We used overall across the basin 1,798 gigalitres. This water year, we've got 1,946 gigalitres available for use across the basin.
So of your 1,798. 1,090 went across the border into South Australia.
Sorry?
Of your 1,798 you had last year available.
Oh, sorry, no. Yeah.
That you used, 1,090 of it went across the border into South Australia.
Yeah, it gets complicated because of those return flows, which is just recognising water that has been used in a particular system that then passes down.
So it can
down
sometimes be double counted, can it?
I don't know. Yeah, potentially. Yeah.
I won't go into that. It seems way too confusing. So do we know? Yeah, okay. Well, I'll just finish off. So do we know how much TLM water would have been included in that?
Yes, Senator, we can,
Yep,
I can
thanks,
ask Ms Hickey to come up and give you the specifics of TLM water, but you're right, it was, I think, 1,090 for the Chew, and then the remaining water is Liver Murray and also some of the state environmental water holders.
So the reference to a range of water holders would have been the state's.
That would and include the Living Murray as well.
Okay.
I can get you the specific number, Senator.
Senator, sorry, just in terms of the amount of water we had available last year, it was about 2,550 gigalitres. In 20,
but you used
1,723, yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, but you used 1,798 of it. Okay.
Yep.
All right, no problem. Do you want anything else on that one?
If I may, can I just have a couple of follow-up questions on that? So the 2,550 you had available across the whole basin or just the southern basin?
Across the whole basin, Senator.
Do you have a breakdown of how much of that was in the southern basin?
No, I don't. Not with me here.
The 1,798 used whole basin or
whole basin?
Whole basin.
Yep.
Because if my maths is correct, 60% of that 1,798 float across the South Australian border. Now, we've got to accept that some of that 1,798 is from the Northern Basin. You've now done a shepherding trial, so I don't know how much of the Northern Basin water would have flowed through Menindee Lakes. Have you got...
So, Senator, at the current moment, when water that's protected through the Northern Basin hits Menindee, it's resocialised or becomes... That's correct.
None of that 1,090 of yours that flowed to South Australia came from the north?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay. So if we worked out how much from the north, so the 60% figure is going to be far higher from Southern Basin water available that flowed to South Australia. I acknowledge you say return flows come into it, so some of the water you use in, say, the Barmah forest, but that is a lot of your volume of water that is going to South Australia, and people in other areas, such as around the Barmah, the Lower Darling, for example, and around Hattar Lakes, are wondering, well, what is the figure of return flows? Because, you know, we get a lot of press releases from the Chew to say we've done this wonderful watering program at an environmental site, and then we're reading that over 60% of the water is going to South Australia, and the sums, people want to add up the sums, and they haven't got a line of sight. They don't know what the return flows are. Certainly I hope they're not one for one, because
no.
1 meg in, 1 meg out. So can we start to get that sort of accountability and transparency? Because we know when farmers use water, it goes through their meters, and if they exceed it, they get fined. We heard that this morning. People have no transparency and accountability of what this environmental water is. The fact that we've had to interrogate you just to break down a media release by the South Australian government to try and get a sense of where that water comes from, you can understand why there is a lack of trust and confidence in the system.
Yeah, so Senator, as I mentioned, 1,798 gigalitres was our total use last year. 1,542 of gigalitres of that water was in the Southern Connected Basin. And I understand of the portion that went to South Australia, about 720 gigalitres was return flows. Now that's, again, just talking about Commonwealth environmental water. I'm not sure what what other components were included in that broader figure that was in the media release you're referring to. But as Senator Ruston mentioned, TLM I'd expect would be part of that.
So, but of your water that flowed across the border, nearly 71% of all your Southern Basin water flowed across the border. You acknowledge return flows, so 1542, 720 was
return
that's 50%.
Flows. Yep.
So it's basically for every megalitre that goes into the Barmamilla forest, you're assuming half a megalitre comes out.
Look, I think, Senator, that will vary in different parts of the system, and it will be measured based on the knowing how much water has been released from a storage, for example, Yielden, and then they'll know how much water comes out the end of that system, and we will wear the losses because the losses are important in contributing to the environmental outcomes that we're seeking within the Goulburn River, and often it will be the focuses. We're actually focused on the Goulburn River as a good example, trying to generate a spawning event for native fish, or trying to introduce flow variability to reduce the risk of erosion in that system. The focus is on the local, but then we recognise that there is a certain amount of water because of our use that comes out the end of that system, and that's accounted for by the river operators, and that's recognised for going further down the system.
So, is there plans to develop a more transparent system of reporting that sort of information to give confidence to the...
Senator, look, transparency is really important. We certainly try and publish information about our water use. We have a map on our website that's updated on a fortnightly basis to show where we're using water. We also have obligations to report to Parliament at the end of the year as part of an annual report, part of the Department's annual report on our water use, and there's clear requirements within there about our reporting. So, look, there's always ways to improve how we report those, and we work with other water holders to continue to improve the transparency associated with our water use.
Do you want to go back? Yep.
I think Senator Billick's got a couple of questions, but other than that, I'm happy for. And I think you've finished. Oh, okay. All right. I'm just conscious that we've got half an hour, and I just want to make sure you've got the time you need.
I've just got a couple.
Can you just go as quickly as you can?
I can.
Okay, let's do that.
Do you want me to go now?
Yes, do it now. Thank you.
It's been indicated to us in response to Senator Darminan's questions that additional water would allow you to achieve better environmental outcomes. Can you explain to me about what the Commonwealth Environmental Activities Framework is and how it also helps to achieve better environmental outcomes, please?
Yeah. Thank you, Senator. So the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder Environmental Activities Framework is about how we utilise the proceeds of trade. So as the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder, I can sell allocations, and the proceeds of trade as a result of a sale can either be used to purchase additional water or to pay for environmental activities. Sorry, I'll just get my... to date, so as of 30th of September, we've funded about 11 different environmental activities to the tune of about $7.4 million. That is focused on works to improve fish passage. It's about installing fish screens on irrigation pumps, so we're doing that in the Lachlan catchment. We're improving the distribution of Commonwealth environmental water by removing some block banks in the Macquarie Marshes. So it's the activities that we fund are about how do we achieve a longer term outcome as a result of
the proceeds of the trade. A couple other good examples were in the Ovens River. We supported the tea gardens, the reconstruction of the tea gardens weir with the support of, through supporting the North East Catchment Management Authority, and that opened up hundreds of kilometres of that river to native fish. So that's it's a system we use environmental water in. The outcome was a longer-term outcome, which was about supporting the movement of native fish. Similarly, near the Loddon River, we supported the funding of a fishway on the Taylor's Weir. We helped the local catchment management authority construct a fishway on that. Again, increasing the movement and supporting the movement of native fish, which ultimately supports the outcomes that we get from the use of Commonwealth environmental water.
Thank you. You've answered 3 of my other questions there, so that's very helpful. Can I just clarify, though, the 7.4 million, that was from sales? That was from proceeds of trade? Correct?
That's correct. So the Commonwealth environmental water holder has traded on 5 different occasions, and that's generated about $18.6 million, of which a portion of that was pre-amendments to the Water Act in 2016 that can only be used for acquisition of more allocation, so more water, and post 2016 amendments, it opened up the opportunity to invest in those longer-term outcomes.
And I presume you're going to invest in other projects in the future?
Absolutely. We've got a number of projects underway. A good example is up on the Barwon Darling. We've funded the New South Wales fisheries effectively to re-snag part of that system. Again, recognising that habitat for native fish is a really important part of achieving outcomes. We're supporting DPI fisheries, New South Wales DPI fisheries to re-snag, which is effectively putting logs and other woody timber back into the river that was removed many years ago to provide for passage of vessels. So it's a really good example, important to native fish like the Murray cod.
And how are projects identified and assessed? Like, what's the process?
Look, we have a range of conversations with our partner agencies about the sorts of projects that there's an interest in funding, and then my team assess those projects. It's got to be consistent with achieving those longer-term outcomes from the use of environmental water. So we go through an internal process, and again, considering the various pieces of legislation and other requirements, make sure that we've got good projects there that achieve those longer-term, will contribute to those longer-term outcomes.
Great, that's lovely. Thank you for that. There you go, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Ruston.
Well, thank you. Can I just ask about South Australia specifically, around the fish kill that occurred in the Kurong in June?
Thanks.
Yeah, you shouldn't have moved.
Yep.
So I'm just interested to have we done any investigation around what to determine the cause of that fish kill?
So, Senator, I'm not aware of, we haven't done an investigation of what caused that fish kill, but I do understand in the southern Kurong there are still challenges around salinity levels and eutrophication in that system, which, possibly is a cause. I don't know the actual cause.
So whose responsibility would it be to understand that? Is it?
I think it would be the South Australian government.
Okay, no problem. So to date, they haven't advised you of any investigations or results of investigations they might have undertaken?
No.
Okay. We partner as a federal government with the South Australian government around the Healthy Kurong, Healthy Basin funding, around activities about getting the Kurong back on track. I think it was about $70 million. Was that $70 million, $70 million from the Commonwealth or $70 million in total?
So, Senator, it was $70 million from the Commonwealth, but I can get my colleague, Mr McGregor, to provide further details.
Yep. I'm just interested, Mr McGregor, in of that $70 million, how much of it has been spent? Well, the various stages of how you would acquit it in terms of, has it gone to the South Australian government, or do we know if it's been spent on anything?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Angus McGregor, Branch Head, Environmental, Water and Aquatic Ecosystem Division. So in 2018, the Commonwealth committed $70 million to the Healthy Kurong Healthy Basin program. South Australia are providing an additional 10%, taking the program total to $77.8 million. To date, the Commonwealth has approved and contracted $46.4 million of that 70, for a total contract value of 51. 33.6 million has been paid to South Australia to date as of 30 September. And just recently, the Commonwealth did approve phase 2 of funding, so the remaining 23.5 Commonwealth contribution, or 26.1 total. So the full $77.8 million has now been approved and committed, and we're working through contract negotiations with South Australia to get that final $26 million in place.
Okay, so the South Australian government, through the processes, has put $46.4 million on the ground, equating to 51. Is that what you just said? So we actually have $46.4 million contracted on the ground for works.
51.6 total has been approved and contracted to date.
So is there a list somewhere on the department's website where I could actually see what that had been spent on?
There's a high level summary of what has been funded. You'll probably find a bit more detail on the South Australian website.
Okay.
But to date, phase 1 of the program has included an unprecedented investment in scientific trials and investigations to inform long-term management solutions for the Kurong, with a particular focus on the South Lagoon itself. There's been improvements to water resource optimisation, so water forecasting tools been developed by South Australia, a lot of modelling to support water delivery to the system as well. There's been a significant investment and indeed delivery to date on-ground works. So there's a recognition from South Australia that long-term management solutions for the South Lagoon of the Kurong are going to take many, many years to implement. So there's a strong drive and focus to work on short to medium-term solutions. So small-scale wetland restoration projects have been funded. To a certain degree, they've been completed. Wetland regulators have been completed at Turingi wetland on the shores of Lake Alexandrina. There's construction that's commenced just recently on Lake Horden North.
We'll get to that.
Yep. And this summer, infrastructure works are commencing at Tolderol Game Reserve as well.
Okay. So in terms of the fish kill, and Dr Banks sort of indicated that it possibly could be in relation to water quality, but we don't have that definitely. So we've spent $50 million trying to deal with the challenges of particularly the southern part of the Kurong, and yet we've seen a massive fish kill. I mean, I'm keen to understand where the plan is around actually improving the situation there, because clearly if we've got we've had huge flows into South Australia over the last few years. I mean, they've been great years in terms of the River Murray flows. And yet we've seen this catastrophic fish kill in June. I'm sort of trying to equate what's been going on in terms of the Healthy Kurong works if we've actually seen this this year.
Sorry. Senator, I was just going to say that, like, the habitat in the Kurong for native fish is one part of it, but it's also about trying to create, because the Kurong is really important to water birds as well. So the sorts of works that Mr McGregor was talking about, at Turingi wetlands, for example, will provide habitat not only for native fish but also for water birds, and that's similar to the Lake Horden project. Will be about restoration of really important habitat for migratory waders and other water birds in that system. So it's just one part of it. It's not all about native fish. It's about a healthier system across the board, and that includes the wetlands and provision of habitat more broadly for water birds.
But I suppose I'm suggesting that the water quality is probably should be the most fundamental thing that we're seeking to achieve. I mean, a waterbird doesn't want yucky water.
Yep, and water quality is absolutely important, and that goes to what we try and do with Commonwealth Environmental Water, which is about the way they can operate the barrages. They can get freshen up the system down there, which is dependent on a whole range of factors, but it does play an important role in improving water quality, particularly in the northern Kurong, which again we've got good scientific evidence that shows we've improved salinity levels as a result of use of water.
But not in the southern Kurong.
The southern Kurong is a more challenging because of the sort of landscape down there. It is at
sure. Look, I completely understand, but it's just that we've got $70 million, most of it's out the door, and we've still got a toxic environment in the southern Kurong. In a letter from the South Australian Minister to the CEO of the MDA, she actually indicates that it'll take 3 years to develop a business case in relation to activities that the South Australian Government is undertaking under this program. I'm just keen to understand, do you guys think that is an acceptable timeframe in relation, given this money was made available in 2018, that the Minister this year is saying it's going to take another 3 years to come up with a business case to try and deal with this issue, as we're seeing dead fish lining particularly the southern part of the Kurong just this year after 4 amazing years of water flow? Is this the bureaucracy getting in the way of delivering an outcome?
Senator, as I understand it, there's been feasibility studies that have been done, but again, I might ask Mr McGregor to sort of provide more details, because it is a complex system. The options to try and resolve those issues in the southern Kurong are complicated, and there's a range of options, but I might see if Mr McGregor...
Yeah, so under the Healthy Kurong, Healthy Basin investment to date, there has been significant work into the feasibility of long-term management solutions. All of that work has been published, but most recently the South Australian Government has released a Kurong restoration roadmap, which is sort of drawn on the scientific trials and investigations that have been undertaken in the program, and really unpacks in quite an accessible way the current state of the lagoons, the desired future state, and then options for how we get there, informed by the science. The reality around the feasibility investigations that have been developed to date, the sort of management interventions that South Australia have proposed are quite significant. So taking a couple of years to further run those to ground and undertake details design is probably quite realistic, but that is also why the South Australian Government is prioritising these short to medium on-ground activities. So again, focusing on investing and developing complementary habitat for migratory shorebirds that use the Kurong to support those critical species while those longer term solutions are worked on.
Yeah. I don't want to interrupt your flow.
Okay, just one.
McLaughlin's got a few questions.
Yep, just one quick question. You mentioned Lake Horden. Now, the last time I saw Lake Horden, it didn't appear to be in the Murray-Darling Basin. So I'm just keen to understand what the policy is in relation to the expenditure of Murray-Darling Basin Plan funds outside of the Murray-Darling Basin. You've made some comments around, looking after water birds temporarily while somebody works out what we're actually going to do in the longer term. But I'm keen to understand, is this a broader policy change in relation to the expenditure of these sorts of funds that are allocated that say, if a bird happens to drop into the Kurong or drop into some other wetland throughout the Murray-Darling Basin and head off somewhere else, then wherever it heads off to could be eligible for funding under this? It seems quite odd that Lake Horden would be considered for funding under this program.
Look, Senator, my colleagues might be able to comment on the sort of policy side of it, but from an environmental outcomes perspective, that whole area, beyond the basin in that area is really important to migratory waders and other water birds, and having options for those animals to move around the landscape is fundamentally important, because there might not be resources for them in one part of the basin, so having that option to be able to move to other areas is really important.
So this is my...
Lake air is also a really important environment for migratory water birds. We're not spending Murray-Darling Basin money in lake air.
This lake is within the sort of broader Kurong, southern Kurong area. It's not actually too far. I was only down there a couple of weeks ago.
So my question wasn't actually specifically about that. It was more around what is the determination? Like, have we expanded the scope of the expenditure of Murray-Darling Basin funds outside of the basin? This seems to be a change in policy. Has there been a policy decision that we can spend money outside of the basin, and what are the parameters around that? I mean, you make a compelling case about these birds, but equally, Senator Davey makes exactly the same. You could make the same case. What is the policy rationale and change that has enabled this money to be spent outside of it?
Yes, thanks, Senator. It's not a change in policy position. The Kurong Lower Lakes Murray Mouth funding, which dates back to 2008, has always funded on-ground activities that can show an ecological connection to the Kurong.
So it's just the Kurong one?
Yes, it's a unique funding agreement.
So the whole southeast drainage scheme area could reasonably be considered for funding from the Murray-Darling Basin? The
Southeast Flows Restoration Project was originally funded under the Kurong Lower Lakes Murray Mouth Recovery Project, yes.
Okay, sorry, I should be... See to my...
Give me an update on the work of the Goolwa River Research Institute. My interest is around how the Institute is going from the perspective of the department, the expense of money and the time of the reports. Did that give you enough to go on?
Yep, Doctor? I think so, Senator. So Marcus Finn, Branch Head for Environmental, Water and Aquatic Ecosystems Division. So the Goolwa Institute, or the Goolwa Institute for the Kurong Lower Lakes Murray Mouth Research, the big long name. It's an $8 million investment over 4 years, as you well know. The work of that program now is about almost halfway through. So I was down there probably about 2 weeks ago to the Institute itself at a Commonwealth Steering Committee meeting that we chaired. In terms of how the Institute's going in terms of financial payments...
both that and the performance indicators that...
Yeah.
You're aware.
So we've now paid, given delivery of milestones, $5 million of the $8 million program, based on the milestones met. The Institute itself has invested really heavily in a ground-up build of the research program over the first couple of years of the program. My view on that, if I can put it like this, I think this is what you're actually asking, which is after that steering committee, I think they've done a really impressive job of connecting with the community and First Nations communities in the build of that program. They released their own annual report over the last year of activities about a month ago. That characterises a lot of the work that they've done, but I think they've engaged with over 1,000 people in building their research program. They list over 100 institutions that they've engaged with. The research plan and the program has now been approved, and I think the Institute, their own governance, has approved 25 of the 26 research projects that they intend to launch on.
Are we still on track to have a mid-term review mid-next year? Is that still the plan? I think that was raised at the last estimates.
Yeah, so I did have a conversation with the director of the Institute only this week about that. We'll likely go into that early next year.
Right.
I think last time evidence was given, it was characterised as early next year, and you asked which estimate you might ask at. So I think we'll start that early next year, towards the middle of next year. In that conversation, what I would say is the research institutes itself, and we would support this, are really keen to engage in that midterm review in a way that isn't administratively burdensome. They do a lot of reports back to us, provide a lot of information. So yes, we're in discussions on how to build that together, and we'll make sure that it's as streamlined as possible.
This is a process question, is that the junction point for discussions of further funding? I appreciate it's a government decision regarding funding, but is that where the assessment of future funding needs takes place in that review?
Yeah. So I think my expectation is that as we go into that review, it would be to check the current progress of the program. So it's a really good time to think about whether the desired outcomes are likely to be met in the timeline that's given. That's about the time rather than the funding. But I'm also aware, for example, that the GOID are very interested in extension of the program. I know they're involved in discussions with others and not just us. And like you said, that'll ultimately be a matter for government as to whether that's funded.
Thank you for that. Could you just pass on, in my meanderings with the community, there is great respect and gratitude for Dr. Ralston and Ms. French. If you could pass that on to them.
I will.
They come up in conversation in a positive way time and time again. Yeah. That's me done on that particular issue. I get asked about dredging, and it's been put to me by a variety of community members, and I know I asked on question on notice, and we have a dredge and it's working well. So my question doesn't necessarily come from that perspective. There was some angst about, and this comes from keeping the mouth open, whether there's consideration of a second dredge if summer proves to be even harsher than expected. Is there any sort of modelling or frameworks for deciding on dredging? This question doesn't necessarily... I'm channeling a variety of conversations on the street of Goolwa.
Senator, I appreciate that. And I might ask Mr Payton, who manages our assets, to address that for you.
Angus Payton, General Manager, Assets. So with the dredging, we've got a new dredge there. Its capacity is more than the previous two dredges together. And being a new contract, we were concerned about reliability, particularly just having the one dredge. So we have got a standby, one of the old standby dredges in place in case we need it.
Is there a decision framework that you go through sort of based on flows or the build-up of sand in the mouth? So is there a formal process?
Yes.
Or is it a case-by-case basis? I'm not asking from a negative perspective.
It's a mixture. So there's performance criteria that the dredging has to meet, and that's based on the diurnal tide ratio between the Goolwa Channel and the Tuichiri Channel compared to, I think, what they monitor against is Victor Harbour. And they've got targets they have to meet there, so they monitor that. The other thing they do is they do bathymetric survey in the mouth and in the Goolwa and Tuichiri channels and have a look at the silt level build up, the sand build up there, and base the decisions on both of those as to whether they increase the dredging or not. Certainly recently they have increased the number of hours that the dredges operated to keep the channels open.
Thank you for that. That, I think, will satisfy many of the queries that I can't possibly answer. I don't profess to be a dredging expert, but I will leave that to you. I have one which is probably more a high-level question for the authority. If you revisit the objects of the Water Act, there is a particular subsection which talks about protecting, restoring and providing for the ecological values and the ecosystem of the basin. And talks about lakes, wetlands, groundwater, and I'm thinking here of the mouth of the river, the southern lakes. Where do I go, or how do I assess, as a citizen of South Australia, the indicators that would tell me about the river flows? I think they're easier to assess given the information available, but the improvement in or denigration of water birds, vegetation condition, declining fish kills, improved nitrogen and phosphorus concentrations, coal water pollution, the key things that tell us whether we're winning in the battle for improving the environment. Now that's a big range. But where does someone like me go to say, are we making gains, progress, improving the biodiversity, or are we treading water? And we need to do other things.
Thanks, Senator. I mean, there are a number of sort of decision points or review points built into the Basin Plan which provide some of that. So there's a 5-yearly evaluation process, and we are in the midst of completing the evaluation, which will be released in 2025, and that's probably really one of the key, and that looks at social, cultural, environmental and economic indicators. And there are a number of matter reports that states and the Commonwealth have delivered, which will underpin both that. And then as we move through, there's a component part says what we call a sustainable rivers audit, which we were funded by the Commonwealth to do, which looks at a rear look at some of those environmental, economic, social indicators feeding into the Basin Plan evaluation. And then we're also looking at how does that translate into the Basin Plan going forward. So they are probably your best points of reference. And one of the challenges, of course, is that collecting that data over a meaningful time frame, it's not something you can do annually, and hence the 5-year process of evaluation and review, and that's really where we see is the original intent of the Basin Plan being met in terms of those outcomes being delivered. So that's probably the best indicator, and that'll be released in the middle of next year.
So this is more of a structural question. So when you're doing the review, we'll be able to see the clear trade-offs. I appreciate there are other parts of the objective which are socioeconomic, right? But we'll be able from the way the review will be structured, if someone like me was interested on the environment, and then that will be clear.
Yes, Senator.
And will that take into account academic research outside the authority?
Very much so, Senator. I mean, it's built on sort of streams of work, and I mean, in addition to that, we have there's the Basin Condition Monitoring Program, which is an ongoing program of works, and each time a stream of work is completed under the BCMP, they are posted publicly, and also the Murray-Darling Water Environment Research Program. That's a $20 million program. That's all being done by external research agencies, and again, we are nearing the completion of that. All of those pieces are being published as they are completed. They are all done by agencies external to the Murray-Darling Basin Authority.
Well, I look forward to your report. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Senator Davey.
I have some questions on the budget, which is quite sensible because it's budget estimates. I'm very interested, and I've asked before about the funding in the National Water Grid and the remaining funds there. I note in response to a question on notice that I sent in, where's my question on notice? The response was basically that it is on the website, question on notice 663. And I was quite specific in my questions about how much funding has been allocated to the National Water Grid and how much was cut in the so how much funding there was in 22-23 and how much was cut in October 22-23, what projects have been cut and deferred. I got a pretty, I would call it a substandard response saying that projects are on the website, allocations are in the budget, so my question is, specifically when I want to know how much funding is remaining in the National Water Grid, which budget paper do I look at? Or can you tell me how much is remaining?
Senator Mark Darrow, branch head for the National Water Grid. In the budget papers, you'll find the amounts for the National Water Grid Fund. In budget paper 3, there's the FFA infrastructure for the National Water Grid Fund, which has all of the funding that's available for the Commonwealth state relations over the forward estimates. In the department's portfolio budget statements, you'll find a line which is National Water Grid Fund, which includes administered funding that's managed by the department for some science projects, and also for $5 million that was provided by the government for complementary activities to support First Nations water infrastructure investments.
Right, so for anyone who follows proceedings, and there are actually quite a number of people who follow proceedings, when they see a response that says Australian government funding allocations for the National Water Grid Fund are in the budget papers, it's not as simple as that, is it? You've got to be going from budget paper 3 to the departmental portfolio budget papers. There's no clear and concise, here's a table of how much is left in the Water Grid Fund.
Yes, Senator, but I can take you through the what we have uncommitted, if that would help now.
I would like to know what is uncommitted, yes, thank you.
Okay, so at the end of September, the uncommitted amount of funding was $392.9 million.
$392.9 million. Now, my understanding is in the March 2022-23 budget, there was somewhere in the vicinity of about $6 billion?
Senator, that included funding that the former government committed towards projects like $5.4 billion for Hells Gates Dam and other projects which were the commitments of the former government. That was the March 22-23 budget. In the October 22-23 budget, you'll then find that the budget reviewed a number of those projects, deferring projects with an uncertain future, cancelling the commitment to Hells Gates with that funding directed to other government priorities. And then in subsequent budgets, projects have either been further deferred. So in the case of Hughenden, the funding remains available but has been further deferred while, say, the Gulf Water Plan is reviewed by Queensland. And so that funding sits as a commitment that is in addition to the, that doesn't form part of that uncommitted funding.
So I'm glad you mentioned Hughenden, and the other deferred is $600 million for Paradise Dam.
Correct.
So Hughenden and Paradise, I think that's $770 million all up. That is committed. So I can safely say that still sits within the National Water Grid Fund.
Correct.
Right. But then, so my question in SQ 24663 of how much funding has been cut from the National Water Grid Authority's budget in each of the 3 budgets from October 22-23, it could have been answered. Instead of just directing me to budget papers, you could have actually come back with this much was cut that year, this much was cut, and with the line, and this much has been deferred. I've found the response quite.
Question, Senator Davey.
We'll make it a statement. We'll make it a statement. I also want to come to, you pointed me to the website to find out what projects had been funding. I've been to the website, and it's quite comprehensive, but it's also it's really hard to follow the bouncing ball. On one page it says there's 92 business cases and feasibility studies being funded. On another page it says there's 63 feasibility and business case projects being funded. This is all on the one website. Which one's correct?
Senator, if the number of business case projects, the number is 93.
It is 93.
The website clearly needs a review for that figure. It does get reviewed regularly. We now have 280 projects, and including those projects that the National Water Grid took over 5 years ago, and we will review that website for that issue.
And so of the 280, some are business case feasibility, some are science projects, and would I be safe to say some are infrastructure projects that are
Certainly.
Actually...
Yes. So in terms of construction projects, across the regular National Water Grid Fund projects, we have 44 projects. We had a pathway within the fund, which was the Connections Pathway, which had 35 projects. We also have First Nations water infrastructure projects of 25, and we have another stream for smaller projects, which has a further 23. Plus there's science projects and business case projects on top of that.
Which is there. Okay. I'm not fast enough to do my sums in the amount of time we've got remaining. Thank you for that. I quickly want to ask, just a high level, Ms O'Connell, $13 billion Murray-Darling Basin plan in total. At the end of the Murray-Darling Basin, will we have exceeded the $13 billion, or are we sticking to that as a total budget? Given that I notice in some of the budget commentary papers, some funds from the National Water Grid were diverted back into Basin Plan.
Senator, that's asking me to project into the future.
Oh, don't you have a crystal ball?
Unfortunately not, Senator. No.
Is the aim to maintain the $30 billion budget?
Senator, the budget papers do set out the future funding, but also sets out a number of areas where it's not for publication due to commercially sensitive arrangements.
And as we heard before with questioning from my colleague, we know how much is in the Water for the Environment special account. We're not breaking that down into what is going out for tenders, but I think because we keep hearing this is a $13 billion plan, and I think the public want to know, because they're used to $13 billion, they'll wear $13 billion, but will they wear $23 billion? That's...
There's been no suggestion of a figure like 23,
no,
or any other figure.
Right. And I'm really conscious that I'm pushing my luck here. I do just quickly want to ask the MDBA, the constraints roadmap is due next month.
Yes, Senator.
How's it going?
It's going well, Senator. We've been through a process of very extensive consultation with the community. I think more than sort of 30 separate meetings. We've had 7 or 8 workshops with the states, so we're in the process of drafting and looking to work through those recommendations and put them forward to the authority. So we're well placed at this stage, Senator.
I note that part of developing that roadmap includes a $600,000 tender awarded to Alluvium Consulting.
I'll just have to check, ask maybe Ms Hickey to come forward, Senator, if I could.
Thanks, Senator Davey. Jackie Hickey, Executive Director, MWA. You are correct, it does include a contract of up to around $600,000 with Alluvium Consulting. We brought Alluvium Consulting on board to help us understand some of the technical challenges that have been plaguing the delivery of constraints projects to date.
So what does their contract cover? What information are they bringing back?
Yeah. So they're working, or they have been working very closely with us. We are using them less now. Their contract has involved helping to facilitate the many meetings that we've had with the various interjurisdictional officials involved in the constraints projects, understanding the challenges that those projects have faced in terms of their delivery, and they've also been assisting us in exploring where there needs to be better coordination of collective action, particularly on the Murray, on how to move some of these projects forward.
I note that New South Wales is currently doing a round of consultations on their Reconnecting Rivers, which is their project to deliver on constraints. There's various opinions as to how that is tracking, but is that feeding into your roadmap as well?
2 minutes. Yes, it is. So we've been meeting regularly with the state officials, including those New South Wales officials that have been driving the delivery of the Reconnecting River Country work. We've been getting regular updates on how that work is going, including some of the work that they're doing in consultation on the landowner negotiation scheme.
Okay, and while I have you, Ms Hickey, I just want to also get, and it might not be you actually, but I'm thinking, you run the river, so $66 million contract awarded to PwC for the Integrated River Modelling Uplift Program, which is consolidating what was 26 individual river models and putting them together. Is that?
Senator, so the contract with PwC as part of the UMO project is around about $27 million. It's not 66. That's the entire project spend.
Oh, okay. So the contract with PwC was...
Yeah, there are a number of other contractors that go to sort of building the front and the back end.
Okay. My understanding is that that integration of river models was meant to have been integrated by July. How did that go?
So, Senator, we've met all of the deadlines that have been set out to date. We're about to launch phase 3 of that process. So, phases 1 or stage gates 1 and 2 have been met. So we are on track and actually under budget at the present point in time, Senator.
Questions for next estimates?
Thank you, Senator Davey. That concludes today's hearing. Thank you to all the witnesses who have appeared and to Hansard and Broadcasting for their assistance. I will remind senators that the committee has agreed that written questions on notice should be lodged with the Secretariat by the 14th of November 2024, and the committee stands adjourned. For anyone confused by that, the session this afternoon... Oh, is it? Okay.